Okay, so we will start with sequence first, as it was already stated in the list before. So sequence is of two types. One is a formula method, and one is understanding the pattern. Okay, so the first two questions is on the formula method, and I think the next two questions is, yeah, these are on the pattern method. Okay, so we will start. This one is also kind of on the, this is like a mixture of formula and the pattern method. So let's just first work with our question one, formula method. It says the nth term of the sequence is given by this equation. This is the equation for this sequence, 6n square minus 5. We need to find out the difference between the second term and the fourth term. So we have to, first we have to calculate the first, second term and fourth term. That will be for second term, n is equals to 2. That means now you have 6 2 square minus 5, and then n equals to 4, which is 6 4 square minus 5, and that will be 19, and this is 6 2 square minus 5, which is, 6 4 square minus 5, this will be 91. Now we need to find out the difference between these two terms. So difference is 91 minus 19, that is 91 minus 19 is 72. So the difference between the fourth term and second term is 972, and that is your final answer. Okay, the sequence formulas, the sequence questions with formula are quite easy to understand, because you just have to input the value for n into any given equation they're going to provide, and that will calculate the statement they're asking about. For example, in the second question, it wants you to find out the nth term of a sequence that is given by 5n minus, so 12 minus 5n. Now we can understand this time the equation is this one, and find the sum of the sum of the second term and sixth term. Now you have to add them together. So for second term again, n is going to be 2. This time the equation was 12 minus 5 2, that is what, 10, 12 minus 10 is 2. And if n is equals to 6, because they want you to find the summation for second and sixth term, so it will be 12 minus 6, 5 6, and this is minus 18. So their summation would be, sum is actually going to be negative 18 plus 2, which is going to be minus 16, right? That is your final answer over here. Okay, now up to this, these were your formula method. I hope formula method sequence was clear. Let's move on to question 3. Now in question 3, this one states you write down the next two terms of the sequence. Over here, in order to find out the next two terms, we can understand over here that if you find out the difference between, let me state this is T1, this is T2, T3, T4, and this is T5. So they have 5 terms on this series, and let's find out that they have a common difference. As you can see, that difference between T2 and T1 is 7, T3 and T2 is 7, T4 and T3 is also 7, and T5 and T4 is again 7, right? Yeah, 7. So that means they have a common difference this time, and we want to find out the seventh term and sixth term, because that was the next two terms, right? It was up to 5, and they want to find out the next two, which will be T6 and T7. Over here we can rearrange an equation as Tn a plus n minus 1 d. That is the formula that you are going to use. Why we are using this? Because at every point you are going to get a common difference, right? Whenever you're getting common difference, this makes this series arithmetic progression. I know this kind of things are mostly related for pure maths, but it is also related to maths B. Whenever you find out that each term has a common difference, that means you have to subtract the second term with the first term to get a common value, and that difference is same for all the cases. Like the difference is 7 in between each term, right? The difference between 2 and 1, 3 and 2, 4 and 3, 5 and 4, they're all giving you the same amount of difference. So now they have a common difference, and whenever they have common difference, they are usually directing it towards arithmetic progression, and this is the formula for arithmetic progression. So in this case, if you want to find out the next term, what you would have to do is that you just have to add plus 7 with this 37, 31. We should make it 38. We can also calculate that using this formula. T1 is always the A. I mean, A over here is always representing the value for your first term. So it will be 3 plus, I want to calculate T6 first. So it's going to be 6 minus 1, difference was 7, right? 6 minus 1, n minus 1 was the format. So in that case, it becomes 5. 5 with 7 is 35 plus 3, gives you 38. Right, so your value for T6 is 38. We can do the same calculation, T7, which is 3 plus 7 minus 1, then 7, right, which is going to be 6 into 7 plus 3, that is 45. So the seventh term over here is 45. Another thing, obviously it was not quite needed to use this formula for this question because I could have easily calculated it, because if T5 is 31, T6 would be 31 plus 7, that would be 38, and then again T7 would be whatever you got for T6, that will be added with again another 7, right? We could have obviously calculated that using that format, but in part B we are going to face problems if you are going to just use the summation. Just 1 minute. Okay, now I could have done this kind of working over here also for T6. It will be 31 plus 7. That would create 38. Exactly the same value we got from the equation also. And for T7, 30. So now we got 38, right? So 38 plus 7. This would give you 45. Again, the same value we got from the equation. Now, after this, for part B, there's a problem now. It says that the 15th term of the sequence is 101, and find the 12th term of the sequence, okay? Of the sequence is 101, and we need to find out the 12th term of the sequence. Yeah, I mean, you can also calculate this. Um, Yeah, I don't think that over here you need to use an equation. You have to go back from that 15th term to the 12th term because they're only giving you one mark for this. Okay, they're not going to use an equation for this. It's just going to use this concept that if T15 is 101, and that means that by how many units you have to go back. For example, this is T12, this is T13, this is T14, and this is T15. That means from T15 to T12 you have one difference, two difference, three difference, right? So whatever you're going to get as the value for T15, you just have to subtract it with three differences to go back to T2. So in that case for T12, answer would be T15 minus three differences. T15 was 101 minus 3 multiplied with 7. I think this will be 80. So that means the 12th term over here was 80. You could have obviously done this, or you could have easily used the formula of T12, which is going to be first term was 3 plus 12 minus 1 multiplied with 7, which is going to be 12 minus 1 is 11 into 7 plus 3. That also gives you 80, right? So it doesn't matter whichever process you use, answer should always be 80. Answer will always come out to be 80. We basically use this format. Right, and that is your final answer. This is the working we did, and doesn't matter whichever process you use, the final answer is supposed to be 80, is still coming out to be 80, right? T12 is still 80. Okay, now with this our sequence pattern formula, like formula part ends, we'll move on to sequence pattern. For the sequence pattern now, it says write down the formula in the nth term of the sequence. Now we need to write down the formula over here. We can again do the same process. The first term and second term has a difference of 4. Second and third term has a difference of 4. And third and fourth term has a difference of 4. Fourth and fifth term has a difference of 4. So obviously over here they have a common difference of 4. First term is a, and we need to find out the equation for the nth term. That means the term is unknown. So we can calculate this as Tn a plus n minus 1 d, right, where a is going to be 7 plus n minus 1, d is 4. You can keep your answer like this, or you can also simplify it. For example, 4n minus 4, that will be 7 minus 4 is 3 plus 4n, right? That is your final answer. After this, it says that write down the next two terms of the sequence. Over here, in order to find out the next two terms, it's quite tricky. For example, the negative terms are actually aligned with each other and the positive terms are aligned with each other. As you can see, the last term over here is a positive. That means after that, we're going to get a negative term. So this, that means over here, this was T1, T2, T3, T4, T5, T6. T7 is going to be aligned with the negative values. At first, we can understand that 2 into 9 becomes 18. And then again, 18 into 9 gives you 162. Okay, so at this part, everything gets multiplied with 9. So that means after that, for 162, after that, it will be 162 into 9. That will be 1548. Because at every point, it got multiplied with 9. So 162 into 9 gives you uh, 1458, but obviously it will be negative. So that in that case T7 is going to be minus 162 into 9, which is 1458. And again similarly, if you go back to this part and focus on the positive parts, these are the positive terms. 1 minute. That means T8 over here is going to be combined with the positive values. For example, again for the positive values, I think they are focusing on the multiplied with 9. 6 into 9 is 54. Into 9 is 486. That means after that, again we are going to multiply 9. That gives you 4374. So in that sense, T8 is going to be 486 multiplied with 9, which is 4374. So that means the eighth term over here using the pattern of sequence was 4374. Okay, so yeah, we're done with sequence formula and sequence pattern. We'll move on to the next part. I think the next part is bearing trigonometry. Okay. Okay, so let's start from bearing trigonometry. In paper one, you're not going to get that much extreme amount of trigonometry. For example, bearing will be included, and where you have to draw the diagram on your own, like this question too. And then again, elevation depression will be included. Then yeah, this is also elevation depression maths. And yeah, this kind of only things. Also there will be three-dimensional added with this trigonometry concept. I think we will complete the three-dimensional also with this part only. Okay, so let's start. Oh no, we actually need sine cosine rule. We need to understand that in order to solve your three-dimensional. So we'll only solve up to bearing and elevation depression in this part. Okay, so let's start with bearing. Now the bearing of a town A from town B is 54 degree. Always remember that bearing always starts from the north of one point. Okay, so if you're going to draw a point, any point over here, the bearing would always start from the north of that point. Okay, like this is how the angle would be, always starting from the north. And another point to understand over here, at what point on A or B, where should I draw that 54 angle? Always remember that if the from word is in front of point B, that means your angle will also be created at your point B. Okay, that angle of 54 degrees is going to be created on your point B because there was a from word in front of B. This is actually an indicative point. Whenever you have a from word in front of any alphabet, that's where you keep your angle on, not in front of A. It will be on B because from was in front of B. Okay, now let's start with this. So these are like north lines for point A and B. So this is north of point A, north of point B. Another thing to understand is that these two lines are actually parallel to each other, right? North of point A and north of point B will be parallel to each other. I'm considering this as point A and this as point B. In that case, the angle that point B was making with the point A was 54 degree. So this is how the angle will be. The rotation of that angle will start from the north of B and will continue to rotate until it reaches that BA line. This angle was 54 degree. You need to find out the bearing of town B from A. That means you have to calculate this angle. This was point A, okay, but I'm not writing that over here. You have to calculate this angle. You will start from the north of A and it will continue to rotate until you reach that AB line. Now, in this case, this is completely understandable at this point that this portion is a reflex angle, right? How can we calculate that? We can calculate that by measuring this angle at first. We'll consider that as theta. Now again, I'm going to repeat this time, one more time, that this north and this north were parallel to each other. So if two lines that are parallel to each other and they have one line, one angle in between them, like these two angles, these are known as interior angles or aligned angles. For these interior angles, summation of these two angles is going to be 180 degree. Okay, let me just write this down again quite properly, that if two lines that are parallel to each other and one line crosses these two lines and there will be created angles in between the lines, inside of the lines, this is angle A and angle B, and obviously given the fact that these two lines are parallel, then A plus B is equals to 180 degree. Summation of these two angles is always equals to 180 degree under the theory of interior angle. Okay, now after this, what we can write, A plus B is equals to 180 degree. I know at this point B is 54, A is theta, so I'll just write theta plus 54 degree is equals to 180 degree. In that case, theta would be 180 degree minus 54 degree. Another thing, if you're going to draw the diagram, and on your diagram if you're going to mention about having a theta, then you do not need to write anything about what theta is or how it came from on your calculation. Okay, no need to explain that. Over here the theta you got is 126 degree, and we can clearly understand this part is a reflex angle. For this reflex angle, we're going to refer it as bearing of B from A, right? We can understand this is 90 greater than 90 degree. That's why we're saying that, I mean, this is also greater than 180 degree actually, reflex angle. That's why we're saying this as a reflex angle. So in that basis, I'm going to name this angle this time as bearing of A from B. Okay, it is very important to understand how to name your angles. Marks are also distributed according to this also. So we're going to write bearing of B from A. Remember that now this time I'm creating that angle on point A, right? That's why your from word in front of A is in front of A. It is not anymore in front of B. Now we're creating angle at point A. That's why we're writing from in front of A, not in front of B. I hope that is clear for all of you. And at this point, obviously, angle at a point is 360. 360 minus 126 is going to give you the bearing of B from A. So 360 minus 126, which is eventually 360, 126 is 234 degree. I hope at this point everyone knows that how to identify if any angle is a right angle, acute angle, obtuse angle, or reflex angle. If an angle is equals to 90 degree, then it is right angle. If an angle is less than 90 degree, then it is acute angle. If an angle is greater than 90 degree, then it is obtuse angle. And again, if an angle is greater than 180 degree, then that is referred as reflex angle. Over here, the angle of the bearing of B from A, you got it to be 234, which is certainly greater than 180. So this is a reflex angle over here. Okay, now I will actually have to make some space for a correct rearrangement. This was just one of the formulas or one of the formats which are used in this kind of questions. So I'll just put this entire knowledge inside a bracket, inside a box, so that if you want to you can use it, otherwise not that much needed for the maths. This is just for notes. Okay. So I hope this was it. This is the working for bearing. Only this much bearing will be involved in your paper one. I mean, yes, in maths B there are some difficult bearings too, but they're only concepts about paper two. Other than that, the 3D dimensional extreme bearing will not be involved in your paper one. But 3D diagrams are involved, but not that much extremely difficult other than this. Okay, so this was it for trigonometry bearing. This was from June 2018. We'll move on to the next question. This is from May 2020. Now we can see that in the diagram, AB represents a vertical wall and CD represents again a vertical building, and the height of the wall is 1.4 meter. The bottom of the wall, point B, the bottom of the building, point D, are on the horizontal ground, and there's a difference of BD of 5 meter. Like the distance between between the bottom of the wall to the bottom of the building is 5 meters. There's an angle of elevation of C from A. Again, as long as we are in trigonometry, as long as we are in bearing and elevation, depression always represents the form in front of the point, indicates that this is the point where we're going to draw that angle from. So over here we have this from word in front of point A only, in front of alphabet A only. That means this angle was actually drawn in front of point A, not in point C. We need to calculate the height to one decimal place of the building. Okay, elevation of C from A, right? So now in order to create a triangle over here, I'll have to introduce few extra lines. For example, as you can see, it was already stated that angle of elevation of C from A. That means you're obviously looking to a higher point from a lower point. Okay, let me just write this down again as a note over here. Is elevation we'll just write it that angle from a lower point to a higher point. Now, obviously, they will never ask you about the definitions, but I'm just writing this as your concepts to be more clear, okay? And there's also one concept that is depression. I mean, obviously, depression was not added in the question, in this question, but depression is also in part of your syllabus. Depression is, let me just write down depression over here. Depression is, this is the opposite of elevation. Angle from a higher point to a lower point. Okay, so I'll just copy this. Angle from a higher point to a lower point. Okay, now this time what happens over here, this will be your angle of elevation, right? That is, you are moving, you're looking up to a higher point while being at a lower point. That is your elevation. This is your elevation. And this angle over here, this will be your depression. That is, now you are looking from a higher point to a lower point. Always remember that this is not your depression, okay? This angle is your depression. This alpha over here is your depression. When not your personal depression, your mathematical depressions, obviously. I will actually think that this is quite important to understand and also to keep it as a note. So I will take a picture of this. Just 1 minute. I'll just take a picture of this and then we will move on to your maths. This diagram that I've drawn is very important as it has definitions of um, e- elevation and depressions. So just keep it over here at the very bottom of your working so that it doesn't bother with your maths. Okay, now we'll move up and we'll just clear all these things. We do not need all these informations. So we'll just clean all these things. I hope you got the idea of what is depression and what is elevation and how to do the working or how to identify them from the diagram. Okay, now in this case it was already given you that angle of elevation was 75 degrees. That means over here we're not going to write theta. Now we have the value for theta, that is 75 degrees. And we can also understand at this point we're going to label this as point x. Okay, we can already understand that the height of AB is going to be equal to the height of AX, because AX is exactly parallel to your ground. So another thing is this length AX and BD will again be of same length. So now we have got to few points, is that AX is equals to BD, both of them are 5 meter, and another thing is that AB is equals to XD, and they are also of 1.4 meter, they are also of both same length. So now we need to, in order to find out the height of the building, right, we have to find the total length of CD. So I'll break down CD into two portions, CX and CD. We already XD, we already got the value for XD as 1.4 meter. We just need to find out the value for this. In that case, I will actually draw a very small diagram that will be only focusing on AXC. Yeah, this is how the entire triangle would look like. This is just an, like, a copied version of AXC. I'm drawing this because I'm going to do all the working for that AXC in this part. So AXC, this was angle was 75 degree, and AX was 1.4 meter. Sorry, I think it was 5 meter. 5 meter, and obviously we can understand this one will be creating a 90 degree. And now we have what, hypotenuse. This is your hypotenuse, this is your adjacent, and this is your opposite. Opposite is missing, and we have the value for adjacent provided. That means obviously we're going to use tan theta this time. So we can write tan 75 degree is equals to Cx over 5. In order to find out Cx, it will be 5 multiplied with tan theta. Now I will not calculate this right away because it might give you answer into decimal places. The main motive of this maths was to calculate the value for your height of the building, right? So I will add the Cx with the value for xd, and then calculate the total height of the building, that is basically the length for CD on your diagram. One things we did the calculations over here, this should also be a part of your maths. In that case, now the height of the building to one decimal place, that is what, Cx plus xd is going to be 5 multiplied with tan 75 degree. This will be added with your extra 1.4 meter, right? So it will be 1.4. And now if you calculate that, that will give you the final answer, 5 times 75 plus 1.4, which is 20.06. As your answer was to be in one decimal place, this is the value you are getting actually, is 20.06 025, and this continues. I will keep it to one decimal place. As you have 6 over here, that means 1 will be added in front, it will be 20.5. If you have any problem understanding this, remember that when you're rounding up your answer to a smaller significant figure, if you are going to end up this point, right, and the number after that point was greater than or equal to 5, you have to add 1 in this position. So even if you have 5 in this part, you'd still have to write your answer as 20.1. But the situation would be different if this position had 4, 3, 2, 1, any other values. Then we would not have to use or put 1 over here. Whenever you're rounding your answer to 3 significant figures or one decimal place, and the number right after that one decimal place is 5 or greater than 5, you have to add 1 in front of that. Okay, I hope that was it clear for your significant figures, decimal places, and elevation depression. This was all the working for bearing, elevation, depression. Again, this was a mini note that you can use for your exams. Sorry. We'll move on to your next question. This one I think is taken from, not, sorry, I forgot to label this question. I think this one is taken from either November 23 or June 22, either of these two papers. Now it says that a diagram shows a horizontal ground, like this entire structure, which kind of looks like a shape of a trapezium to me. This entire structure is on a horizontal ground and in the shape of a trapezium, where AB is parallel to DC, AB parallel to DC. Always try to label sections of your question which you think are going to be important for your for solving this kind of questions. Okay, so always underline the parts that you think are important for your question. Now it says that the length of AB is 9.8, DC is 20.4, and the length for BC and AD are also equal. Okay, and it is also stated that point B is due east of point A, and the angle of the garden, sorry, and the area of the garden is this much. Now find the bearing in degrees to the nearest degree of D from A. Of D from A means what? You are going to draw a north from point A, and you have to calculate this entire angle, like how much angle it was creating over here. Let me give you one hint how I will do this. I'll just draw the arrow first properly. This was your north of A, right? Now it was already stated over here that B is due east of A, which means that over here this angle is entirely creating 90-degree, right? B was due east of A, that means that that portion is entirely 90-degree. If that portion is 90-degree, if I can, extend this line, which means that over here also, wait, what, 1 minute, something happened over here. If this is 90-degree, in that case this should also be 90-degree. So now using this what angle, another thing I can do, I can dissect this entire structure into two triangles and one rectangle, and I will consider that if AB is 9.8, in that case x and y would also be 9.8, right? In that case dx or yc would actually be 20.4 minus 9.8 divided by 2. Why divided by 2? Because these two will also have the same length. So divided by 2, 20.4 minus 9.8 divided by 2 actually gives you 5.3. That means now you have this portion as 5.3. If you have this portion as 5.3, you have to use the height of the trapezium to calculate this angle, right? And if you can calculate this angle, you can easily calculate any other angle it was creating. Another thing to understand, this portion will also be 90-degree because inside it is creating a rectangle over here, right? One triangle, rectangle, another triangle. So these portions are all 90-degree. Okay, so now let's just divide this entire section into different portions. I think that will be much more clear. This is triangle. This is inside and of the two triangles we have a rectangle. So wait 1 minute. Rectangle, and this is another triangle, right? Now we can see one thing. Okay, now we can see one thing over here is this. This angle was entirely 180-degree, right? 90 plus 90 is 180-degree. We just have to calculate this angle in order to find out the bearing of of D from A. In order to find out the bearing of D from A, we just need to calculate this angle. And for this angle, we already got the idea, or we already got the length for dx. Dx was 5.3. How did we got that? It was already stated that on your question, this BC length and AD length was equal. That means if this portion is 9.8, exactly parallel to this side, x and y would be 9.8. The total length was 20.4. That means if this portion is 9.8, the rest of the length, whatever it is equally divided between dx and yc. So I'm going to consider, let me just write this down much more in detail, that we are considering dx and yc equal as point n. Okay, in that case, in order to find out the value for n, I will use a calculation as 20.4 minus 9.8 divided by 2, which ends up to be 5.3 meter. Okay, now using this 5.3 meter, I will focus on the triangle ADX, but still this height is unknown. We can calculate the height using the area of the trapezium. So we were connecting that height of the trapezium with the area. Now for that area of trapezium, which was already given to you, 392.6, it will actually be half multiplied with AB plus CD multiplied with height 392.6, right? That was the formula for your trapezium, half summation of parallel sides multiplied with height, which turns out to be H 39.2 will be multiplied with 2 divided by summation of sides is what? 20.4 and 9.8. So this is going to be 20.4 plus 9.8. That's 30. So 392 into 2 divided by 392.6. 1 minute. 92.6 into 2, 20.4 plus 9.8. So you're going to get the height of this entire trapezium is 26 meter. Height of the trapezium and height of the triangle ADX were both similar. Right, you can clearly see height of the trapezium and height of this triangle is similar. So now again in this portion I'll just draw a very minimized diagram of triangle ADC to make it clear that which sine cos tan should I use to calculate that value for theta at the top. This is A, this is, I think it was X, and this is D. This is creating 90-degree clearly shown, and this was 55.3, height was 26, and we want to find this theta. That means opposite over adjacent, we have to use tan in this case. So it will be tan theta, 5.3 divided by 26, which makes your theta tan inverse 5.3 divided by 26. So from this part, tan inverse 5.3 divided by 26, which is 11.52 degree. Right, approximately this is the angle. Now in order to find out the bearing of D from A, what would I have to do? There's 190 in this portion, 190 in this portion, and 111.52 degree in this portion. At the end, I'll just have to add all these three angles, three portions of angle together to find out the bearing of D from A. So lastly, this is the final part, which is 180 degrees plus 11.52 degrees. So 180 plus this value eventually gives you 191.52. It was clearly stated that your answer should be to the nearest degree. The value that you're going to get is 191.52 degree. In order to keep your answer to the nearest degree, I will write my answer as 192 degree. Nearest means that you have to keep your answer to whole number. Okay, so 192.5 means that it is somewhat greater than 91, right? So I'll just keep my answer as 192 degree as a nearest whole number. That is your final answer. And with this, our concepts about trigonometry bearing ends. There's again one concept left for trigonometry, that is three-dimensional. We'll see that concept as we go along with this video. And we first have to finish cosine sine rule in order to understand that trigonometry properly, 3D trigonometry properly. Okay, so next we'll start, I think, statistics. In main mode median, you have two types of data. One is raw data like this one, where they will only give you the list of data and no bars or charts are included with that. And the other is group data. This one is another form of group data, and another word is this one, when they're going to give you the data in the form of ranges. So now over here, let's start with the first one, where you're going to work with raw data. For raw data, you have to first understand what mode is. Mode is basically the one with the highest frequency. Any data that will be repeated with a maximum number, that is your mode in that specific data. For example, over here we can see 20 was repeated twice. Other than all the data, 20 was repeated twice. So 20 over here is going to be your mode. So we can write mode over here as maximum data repetition, or data with highest frequency. I think that would be the proper word. This is again a mini notes. Okay, now after this we're going to start with our working. I could clearly understand at this point the mode over here for this question is 20, right? So I'll just write this as mode 20, even though it was not asked in the question. We only want to find out the median of these numbers. For the median, what I have to do, whenever you're going to provide it with this type of question, raw data, where they have only provided with the list of data, you have to first arrange that in ascending orders. So now we have first 1, 2, 4, 6, 1, 2, 4, 6. Then you've got 11, 13, 14, 11, 13, 14, and then two 20s. 11, 13, 14, and then two 20s, right? So we are going to first write down the data in ascending orders, and after that we're going to find out the median position, like exactly on your data where your median will be located. Median always represent half of your data, right? Median always represents half of your data. So we'll first find out the median data or median position. Median position is basically, the formula is n plus 1 divided by 2. N represents the total number of data. Over here, you have 9 data. That means n plus 1 will give you 10. Right? In this question, the value for n is 9. So n plus 1 is going to give you 10. 10 divided by 2 is 5. So now your median data should be at the fifth position. And how can you find out the fifth position? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is your fifth data. That means according to your median position, your data was located at the fifth position, which was your 11. Lastly, we can write this is your median, which is 11. Right? Okay, now another one thing, since we calculated the median and mode from one question, let's calculate mean from here also. Whenever you're going to get this list of data only in form of a question, in order to find out mean, this time you just have to do very simple working, sum of all the data divided by number of data. That is the formula for your mean. So for mean calculation, that is what? Sum of data divided by number of data. Sum of data is what? Summation of all these: 1, 2, 4, 6, 11, 13, 14. As you have two 20s, so I'll just write 2 into 20. They will both mean the same thing. And every entire this will be divided over 9, because over here your number of data in this question was 9. Sorry, 1 minute. Now, if you can calculate all these values, 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 6, 11, 13, 14, and 2 multiplied with 20 gives you 91. 91 by 9 is actually 10.11. Okay, so the value for your mean is 10.1. Okay, so yeah, this is it for your mean calculations, for your median calculation, and for your mode calculation. After this, we'll move on to the next question. This question is a little bit about linear algebraic equation involved with mean and mode, mean and median. For example, this question 18, which is taken from May 2023, it says that they have a list of 8 numbers already arranged in ascending orders. So you do not need to separately arrange them again. And it was also stated that the mean of the 8 numbers is 2 more than the median of the 8 numbers. This line is very important, that the mean of the 8 numbers is 2 more than the median of the 8 numbers, and you need to find out this data over here, this x. Okay, now let's first find out what is mean. Okay, median over here. Let's find out median. So we'll start with median position. As this is still a list of data, raw data, right? So we're going to use the equation n plus 1 divided by 2. You had 8 data, so 8 plus 1 is 9. 9 by 2 will be 4.5 position. So now your data is situated on the 4.5th position. And you can understand 4.5th will be what? This 5 and x, right? In this situation, median turns out to be, whenever your median is like median position is a fraction, that means your median should be situated before and after that fraction. 4.5 means your median should be in between 4 and 5th position. That's what it indicates by 4.5, right? Which means that your data is now between 4th position and 5th position. Okay, now we'll start with this. Median in this case indicates 4 was what? 4 was 5. 5 plus x divided by 2. If we had the value for x, then we will input that and that will give you the actual median. But since we do not still have the value for x, this is how the expression will be for median. We'll just keep it like this. After that, we'll now move on to the calculation for mean, like the expression for mean. Over here, the expression for mean can also be calculated within the same equation, summation of data divided by number of data. Now you have minus 20 plus minus 15 plus 3, 5, x, 77, 85 and 90. And all of these things will be divided by 8 as the total data in this case was 8. So this is divided by 8. If you add everything on the top, you have minus 20, minus 15, 3, 5, 77, 85 and 90. You're going to get 225 plus x over 8. Now this is again an expression for mean. It was stated on your question that mean is 2 more than median, which means that if your median is like 5, mean would be 5 plus 2, 7, right? That is how they're creating the equation. If obviously 7 and 5 cannot be equal. In order to make the median equal to mean, I just have to add 2 in the median's side because it is already 2 less than the mean. I hope that expression was clear. So we'll start with that mean, which was already 2 more than median. And in order to make it equal to the median, I just have to add 2 on the median side. Now they are both equal. Left hand side, right hand side, they're now equal. And instead of writing mean, I'll write the expression for it. 225 plus x over 8 is equals to 5 plus x over 2. Right. I'll take this 8 to the other hand side, right hand side. It will be 225 plus x, 5 plus x divided by 2 multiplied with 8. This 2 and 8 will be cancelled out. Now you have 4 over here. So which means that 225 plus x is equals to 4. This gets multiplied with x plus 5, which is 225 plus x, which is 20 plus 4x. From this part again, I'll try to rearrange the x's together. That will be 4x minus x, so 3x. And you have 225 minus 20, which is I think 205. Yes, 205. And this will be divided by 3. Wait 1 minute. 5 plus 6 divided by 2 and then this 6 divided by 8. This gives you 4x. 8 divided by 2 is 4. 4 into 5 is 20. And 4 into x is 4x. 4 minus 1 is 3x. And that 225 minus 20 is 205 divided by 3. And this one comes out to be in fractions. It's something like 68.33. So you can write it as 68 1 by 3. The final answer for x is actually 205 divided by 3. That you can write it as 68 1 by 3. As it was not stated your answer should be an integer or something, we can accept this value for x. And this is also matching with your data that it was already arranged in ascending powers. That means x should be smaller than 77 but greater than 5. So 68 1 by 3 is smaller than 77 and greater than 1 and greater than 5. So this entire question 18 is clear. Okay, now with this part, mean mode median is done. We have introduced how to calculate mean mode median for raw data. These are the raw data calculation, by the way. We'll move on to your group data now. Now there are two types of group data. One is like this, where they're going to give you solid data like this one. There's no range involved with it. And there is another type of grouped data, that is this one, where the data is going to be given in terms of range. Now if we start with this first type of group data where the data is not in range. Okay, so this is group data part 1, not in range. I'll just write this as grouped data. not in range. Okay, now for this case it was already stated. Let's just not solve 24 first. Let's solve this one, okay, because it's easier, and then we'll move on to that first part. Okay, for this 20, again we have grouped data, but this time not in range. Write down the mode of the number of visits to the cinema. We can clearly understand 6 is the maximum value. So for 6, the number of visits to the cinema is 0. So this is 0. Mode over here is going to be 0 because it has the maximum frequency. Now you have to find out the median. For median this time, you have to find out the cumulative frequency. So what do I have to do in order to find out cumulative frequency? Wait 1 minute. And the mean calculations are also needed. So I'll just do one thing over here. I'll extend this entire graph, entire bar into to create three more planes, three more rows over here. So just wait for a few minutes. Okay, now the chart is entirely prepared. We're going to find the cumulative frequency in this section. So for that cumulative frequency, what I do is that the first one remain like the one it was, 6, and from that part it will just get added with the next section. You just keep on adding to the next portions. For example, after 6 you have 4, so 6 plus 4 gives you 10, right? And after that 10 plus 5 is 15. This is 10 plus 5. After that 15 plus 3 is 18. This is 15 plus 3. And after that 18 plus 1 is 19. This is 18 plus 1, right? So cumulative frequency is like this. First one remains like it is, and from the next term it gets added with the term above it. So 4 becomes 10, 6 plus 4 is 10, then 10 gets added with 5, so you have 15, 15 plus 3 is 18, 18 plus 1 is 19. And using this cumulative frequency, now I'll do the same procedure. I'll try to find out the median position, but always remember that the formula is different. For raw data, median position formula was n plus 1 divided by 2, and for group data, formula is n divided by 2. So in that case, now you have the median position as n divided by 2. At the end you're going to get 19, right? That will be the value for your n over here. So 19 by 2 is 9.5. Okay, that means your data is now in between the 9.5th position or 9 and 5th position. Over here, how can you find out where your 9.5 is? You can see that at 10, I mean, this is 6, right? 9.5 can never be in this range, in the first box. After that, you're going to get 10. That means 9.5 should be in the second box, right? And for the second box, what was the data? Number of children, so number of visits to the cinema was 1. So in that case, as your 9.5th position comes out to be from the second box, so your data over here is going to be 1, right? The second box over here, this is taken from the second box. Okay, now this is how we're going to calculate the median for grouped data. We're going to calculate the cumulative frequency, and then using this formula we can find out the position, and wherever on the data the position is, the median would be that corresponding data. Okay, now after that it says that Bhaskar joins Sarah's class. The mean number of visits to the cinema after Bhaskar joins the class for the 20 students in June is 1.7. Like before Bhaskar, there were 19 students, right? And after Bhaskar joins, obviously the total students have must increased to 20 this time. So now it says that the mean number of visits to the cinema after Bhaskar joins to the class for the class students is 1.7. We need to like calculate the number of visits to the cinema Bhaskar did in June. Okay. 1 minute. Sarah records the number of visits in the cinema the 19th student in her class made in June. The table shows her result. Oh, now they want to find out that how many times Bhaskar will go to the cinema in entire month of June. So calculate the number of visits in the cinema Bhaskar makes in June. The mean value is provided. Number of visits in the cinema. Wait, how is this? Number of visits in the cinema. Frequency is 6. That means 0 times. This is 4 times. This is 5 times, 3 times, and 2 times. So Sarah records the number of visits to the cinema for each of the 19 students in her class made in June. Okay, so this one indicates that 6 students visited the cinema 0 times, 4 students visited the cinema 1 time, and sorry, number of visits to cinema, right? 5 students visited the cinema 2 times, 3 students visited the cinema 3 times, 1 student visited the cinema 4 times. Now they want to find out how many times Bhaskar will actually go to the cinema. For Bhaskar, I mean, that is just one person, right? So we'll consider the frequency for Bhaskar as 1, and the number of times they will visit the cinema, that is your data over here. So we'll consider that as x over here. So that how many times Bhaskar has visited the cinema, I do not know, but I know that Bhaskar is just one single person over there. Okay, 1 minute. Another thing to focus over here is that the mean for the rest of the 19 students would remain like this one, right? Only the mean for Bhaskar changes. So in that case, I can actually calculate the mean from this data first. For example, over here, we need to find out fx. We can find out fx by multiplying this 6 and 0 together. So 6 into 0 will give you 0, and then 1 into 4 will give you 4, then 2 into 5 gives you 10, then 3 into 3 gives you 9, and 4 into 1 gives you 4. Okay, after this we can calculate the mean from the situation when Bhaskar was still not in the class. So we can find out mean before Bhaskar, which is going to be sum of fx divided by sum of f. This time the formula is sum of fx divided by sum of f. If you go back to this part, this is your sum of fx. This 0, 4, 10, 9, 4. So 0, I mean 4, 10, 9, 4, that is 27. And this is your sum of frequency, which is again going to be 19. I already know that. 6 plus 4 plus 5, 3, 1, that is 19. Now the mean before Bhaskar was in present in Sarah's class, it was 27 over 19, which was 1.42 approximately, and after Bhaskar joined, it became 20, right? How can it become 20? You can consider it like this, that sum of fx for the n equals to 19, this will be added to your Bhaskar's the number. Bhaskar was only one person, right? So 1 multiplied with random value, because I do not know the number of visits. Number of visits is capital N, divided by, now the entire number of students is not 19 anymore. This is 20, so it will be divided by 20 is equals to 1.7. The mean of these data was 1.7. So what will I do is that summation of fx up to 19 was 27. So I'll write 27 plus capital N divided by 20 equals to 1.7. So which means n over here is actually 1.7 into 20, which is 1.7 into 20, that is 34 minus 27. If you take that 27 from the left to the right, minus 27 is 7 times. That means Bhaskar, after he joined Sarah's class in June, he visited the cinema 7 times. Right, this is how you're going to calculate the entire procedure. I'll just zoom out so you can see this, that how to calculate mean from this kind of grouped data. You have to find out the product of f and x, summation of frequency and data, and then you have to find out the summation of fx and divide it with summation of frequency. I hope this question was clear, how to find out group data from this kind of, so how to find out mean data, mean from this kind of group data. We'll move on to your first question over here. Okay, now this one was kind of similar. Now they have unknown frequency k for the first data 0. It says that a table shows the number of children in each of the families from a town, and k is an unknown integer. The mean number of the children is actually 2. Correct to two significant figures. Find the range of possible values of k. Okay. Correct to two significant figure means that it is also doing upper bound, lower bound concept with this. I always remember, I always suggest to everyone that correct to two significant figure actually means 0.1. That means the data you're going to add or subtract should be divided by 2, which will make it 0.1 divided by 2 is 0.05. Okay, that is the value that you're supposed to add or subtract from your data. After that, let's just do your working. They already have given you the um, mean value for this, right? Which means you have to calculate that entire chart again. Fx, you have to calculate that fx now. So I will just calculate the fx. Wait 1 minute. Copy. Right now, as we are only focused on calculating mean, we will not calculate the cumulative frequency this time. Cumulative frequency is only required for your median values. This will be what? 0. 0 multiplied with k actually gives out to be 0. And then 215 multiplied with 1 gives you 215. 362 multiplied with 2, 362 with 2 gives you 724. Then 181 multiplied with 3 gives you 543. Then 94 multiplied with 4 gives you 376. Lastly, 15 into 5 gives you 75. Okay. Now again, after this, what happens is we can find out the sum of f over here and sum of fx from here. Sum of f is what? K plus 215, 362, 181, 94 and 15. Right, 215, 362, 181, 94 and 15. That is 867 plus k, and the summation of fx will be, this is 867 plus k, okay, and summation of fx will be 0, 215, 724, 543, 376 and 75. Okay, so 0, 215, 724, 543, 724, 543, 736 and 75. So you get 1933 from this part. This is 1933. So let's just find out the value for x at the value for k at first, which is what? Sum of fx divided by sum of f is equals to 2. That means now you have sum of f will actually be what? 867 plus k, right? So you can write 1933. If you take that 867 plus k to the right hand side, you have 2 multiplied with 867 plus k, which will basically be k as 1933 divided by 2 minus 867. That is 99.5. So the your value for k is 99.5, but range would be what? Plus minus 0.05. So this plus 0.05 becomes 99.55. So range is 99.55, and other one would be 9.5 minus 0.05 is 9.45. So 9945, not 0.45. Right, this is your range will be from 9.55 to 9945. So you can also write the range as in form of inequalities, that greater than, so less than 99.55 or greater than 99.45. Okay. This was quite related to your concepts of upper boundary or lower boundary. But then again, in mean, mode, median, there's so much very easy calculations, very small topic related to this. So they would ask, like, want to involve other things related to this concept. So they will input any kind of informations like this percentage, arithmetics, or this kind of range, upper boundary, lower boundary, linear algebraic equations to this kind of methods for mean, mode, median, and you have to be prepared for that. I hope this one's clear. We'll move on to the next portion for this part. Lastly, I think this is from Jan 23 if I'm not wrong. So this is from May 23 1p. Okay. Now in this situation, the table gives you information about the weights in grams of 100 birds and uses information to draw a histogram. Now before we move on to histogram, let's just identify how would I calculate the mean, mode, median from this calculation, from this kind of data. For mode and median, the value would be still same. The entire working would be same. Only the calculation for median would be different. So mean would be different. So I actually want to use this and calculate in a different portion, but I'm not sure if I have enough space. 1 minute. Let me go back to the very bottom. No, I actually do not have any space over here. Okay, one thing I will do is I will take this screenshot and move it to another PDF to solve this. Question 17, where I want to calculate mean, mode, median from this data. Yeah, I do not have much space on this file. So I'll just download this and then we'll move on to the next file. Okay, so we will do that same working. We'll find out cumulative frequency and fx, and this time we also have to find out the midpoint of data because the data was given in range. We cannot calculate the mean if the data was given in range. We have to calculate the median of this, sorry, midpoint of this range now. Let's just find out how to calculate your median. Okay, I mean the median calculations actually haven't changed. It will be the same like the one we did, summation of all data. Like we're going to find out the cumulative frequency, and from then point onwards we'll find out the median position and all these things. That will remain same. Only the mean calculations are going to be different for your range concepts like this. Okay, now over here we're going to find out the cumulative frequency first. This is going to be 12. 12 plus, it's not 12, 15 over here we have 15. Then 15 plus 25 is 40. 40 plus 22 is 62. 62 plus 20 is 82. 82 plus 18 gives you 100. So at the end you have 100 data. And now we will find out the median position. For the median position, as this is grouped data, it doesn't matter if this is of range, this is still a group data. So is it going to be n by 2, which is 100 over 2, which is 50 this time. Now we can clearly see 50 will be within this range, and according to this box, this should be your median from 100 to 105. So median over here is going to be between 100 wide within the range of 105. And again, if we have to calculate mode over here, we can understand this is the maximum frequency. So mode in that case will be that 95 to 100, right? So 95 100. Okay, now after this what happens, this is your mode. Okay, after this we'll try to find out the midpoint of this median. midpoint, what we do is that this is the lowest value of the range and this is the highest value of the range, right? And in order to find out the midpoint for any range, we just add the two range values together, highest plus lowest, divided by 2. So this is the portion we're going to find out the midpoint. For midpoint, we're going to calculate this 85 plus 95 divided by 2. Okay, these are the working. 85 plus 95 divided by 2. So you are going to get 85 plus 95 by 2, that will be 90. So this is going to be 90. And then again from the next portion, we're going to do the similar working. That means for the next maths, you're going to get 95 plus 100 divided by 2, which is 97.5. Right, and then after that 102.5, 1 minute, 105 is 102.5, and then this is 107.5, and then lastly this is going to be 120, 110 and 130, this is going to be 120. Now after this, this is still not done. We calculated x from this part. This is your data that we are going to use to calculate the mean, and this was your f, right? So we have to find out their product fx. That will be 90 into 15 this time because x is 90. So 90 into 15 gives you 1350, and then you have 97.5 multiplied with 25. Wait, 90 into 15, the 1350, 97.5 into 25, this gives you 2437.5. Then 102.5 into 22 is 2255, and then 107.5 into 20, this gives you 2150, and 120 into 18, this gives you 2160. Okay, similarly if I calculate so wait 1 minute, sorry, wait, something, yeah, okay. So we are going to find out the sum of fx from this part, that is 1350, 2437.5, 2255, then 2150, and then 2160. 1350, 2437.5, 2255, and then 2150, 2160. So you are going to get 10352.5, 10352.5. Let me recheck this. 2437.5, 2255, 2150, 2160. Yeah, you're going to get 10352.5, and after this, sum of frequency will be 15, 25, 22, 20, and 18. 15, 25, 22, 20, and 18, right? This is 100, and now we can find out the mean this time. So mean over here is sum of fx divided by x divided by f. So sum of fx divided by f, which is 10352.5 divided by 100, that is 10352.5 by 100. I think this would be 103.525, so 103.525, right? This is how you have to calculate the mean whenever they're going to give you data in form of range. Okay, you have to find out the midpoint of that range, and then using that midpoint and x and f, you have to calculate the product of sum of frequency, and using that fx and x, you can calculate the mean. And this is one type of work I wanted to show you guys. So I'll move out of this PDF and move on to your other PDF which we were solving. Now we completed all the mean, mode, median concepts, like how three different type of data will be given to you in your exam halls, and how you have to actually resemble all the different equations for different cases, right? Now after this, we are going to start with your, wait 1 minute, we're going to start with your histogram parts, right? Before that, we do not have anything else. Yeah, this is it. So we're going to start with your histogram. This entire mass is from histogram. So for the histogram process, what you have to understand is that in this situation, this is your frequency, this is your class Y, this will also be the x-axis of your graph. But in your y-axis, we do not actually represent frequency. We represent frequency density. And there is actually an equation that connects frequency density with this frequency and class y. This x-axis is now represented as class y, and this will mostly given in range. Not mostly, this will always be given in range. And how can I find out the frequency of this situation? The formula is F equals to, so Fd is frequency density. Frequency density, that is basically the quantity you have on your y-axis. Okay, this is Fd. Frequency density is equals to frequency over class y multiplied with 1 over k. Now this k represents constant. In some question it happens that they would have provide you with some frequency, like one box will be given, and they will give you that. No, wait, what, one minute. This is actually wait, yeah, I mean, they would actually, give you a question like this, that one for one box, they would provide you the class y, they would provide you the frequency, and on the graph also they will provide you with the frequency density. In those kind of cases, what you have to do is that you have to calculate the value for frequent, that constant first, because for one box you have all the data provided, frequency density is given, frequency is given, class y is given. So for that case situations, we have to calculate the value for k using that information, and then use that value for k for all the other cases. But now over here, since as you can see that none of the boxes have their frequency densities available, that means the value for k over here is going to be 1. So the value for k in this situation is going to be 1, because no boxes has their frequency density provided. So we cannot calculate frequency density, or we cannot calculate k. The value for k in this situation is supposed to be 1. Let me just write one notes for this part also, that when at least one box's frequency density is given, you have to calculate k, and if there is no information given about the frequency density about any boxes, then you will directly assume the value for k is to be 1. Okay, in that case, I don't think I have much space. I'll just write it like this over here, that if fd given for one box, more than one box can also be provided, but the least maximum, when the least amount is your one box has to be provided if you have to calculate the value for k. If the value for k is not 1, then at least one box's frequency density has to be provided on your question. So if frequency density given for one box, then k is not equals to 1, you have to calculate k now. And if frequency density is not given for any box, then it's fixed, k is equals to 1, and no other calculations has to be done for this part. This is again a type of notes, so we'll keep it over here. This is okay. Now we'll move on. Now since I already know for this question none of the frequency density was provided, I will assume the value for k as 1, and I'll start to find out the frequency density using the ratio of frequency and class y. The class y over here is basically the difference. 95 minus 85 is 10, right? So for the first box, is just going to be frequency density 15 over 10, that is 1.5. And then again for the second box, frequency density is what, 25 divided by, this is 5, so which is again 5. Then for the third box you have frequency density 22 divided by, this is 5, right, 5. So 22 over 5 is 4.4. For the fourth box you have 20 divided by 5, which is 4. And lastly for the fifth box, this is 18 divided by 20. 130 minus 110 is 20. So you have 18 divided by 20, that is 0.9. So these are the data that you will have to represent on the y-axis of your graph. Let's move on how to draw a histogram on this kind of data. So it will start with 85 to 90, right? The range was from 85 to 90. So from 85 to 90, the height would be 1.5, because on the y-axis you have frequency density. So let's just see, it's 1.5, either 5, 4.4 or 0.9. So I'll consider each one as 1. That means this is your 1.5 data. This is 2, 3, 4. This is 4, and this one is 4.4, and this is 5, and this value over here is 0.9. At the first, from 85 to 95, your data would be from 1.5, but the height of that data would be 1.5. So I'll draw like straight lines like this. Okay, after that, you have from 95 to 100, the data was 5, and then from 100 to 105, the data was 4.4. And then again from 105 to 110, the data was 4. 105 to 110, the data was 4, exactly 4. And for the last part, 110 to 30, it was 0.9. Okay, so let's just write the heights over here for the last time. This was 0.9, this was 4, 4.4, this was 5, and this was 1.5, right? Other than that, no other informations are required. This is how you're going to draw or calculate the values for your frequency density of a histogram. I hope these histogram calculations are clear. So we have done so far mean, mode, median, histogram, and from statistics there will be another concept, bar charts. This only appear in the next 20 years. I think this is the time where they introduced bar charts in Jan 2023, and lastly we'll work with pie charts. Okay, these are all involved in your statistics part: mean, mode, median, histogram, bar charts, and pie chart. Okay, so this is bar chart. Bar charts are not that much different. They do not have that much specific equations involved with them like they have for histogram. They are quite similar to histogram, but it doesn't have to be of the frequency density on the y-axis. Okay, it just whatever you have for the for the other number of data calculations, you'll represent that on your y-axis. You do not do any other equations involved in order to make a smaller variance of the frequency. No need to do any other calculations for the y-axis of histogram this time. So in this case, it says that the bar chart gives information about number of pieces of music downloaded last month for each of the 30 students in a class. So they have given you range from 0 to 20. They downloaded like from 0 to 20, so from 0 to 2 pieces of music were downloaded by 4 kids, right? And then from 3 to 5 pieces of music were downloaded by 9 kids. And then again this continues. We need to calculate the percentage of student who downloaded more than 8 pieces of music. Yeah, I mean, this is not that much tough. For example, more than 8 pieces of music, it starts from here, right? This is not exactly up to 8 pieces of music. They are specifically asking more than 8 pieces of music. So you can understand it will be from this value, right? You can understand that from 9 to 10 there were 3 students, from 11 to 14 there were 7 students, and from 15 to 17 there were more further 2 students. That means in total there were 12 students who downloaded more than 8 pieces of music in the last month. and out of how many students? The total students were 30. So which means for part A, the calculation would be, we want to find out the number of students who downloaded more music pieces greater than 8. So that will be 12 over 30 into 100%. So percentage for 8 pieces of music is just what the number you got from your graph. 372 is 12, so 12 divided by 30 into 100%, which means 12 by 30 into 100 is actually 40%. That means out of 100%, 40% of the student downloaded music pieces greater than 8, more than 8. Okay, after that we'll move on to part B. Calculate an estimate for the mean number of pieces of music each student downloaded last month. Okay, now we need to find out the mean number. We already know you have 30 students in this case. Now in this situation, this is how the entire diagram would be drawn if they would have given you a table. Okay, since I explained these questions in table format, so I will also draw a table now. 6. Okay. Sorry. Okay, now we have number of pieces of download and number of students. Okay, and downloads. For example, 4 students downloaded 0 to 1, right? That means what? The midpoint of 0 to 1 would be 1. I think we calculated the midpoint in the last page. That means 0 plus 2 divided by 2 would be 1, right? So that's how we're going to get the midpoint of this kind of data. So this is going to be 1, and frequency was 4. And then again from 3 to 5, it will be 4. 3 plus 5 divided by 2 is 4. So 4 downloads for 9 students. So 4, 9, and then again 6 to 8 gives you 7. So 7 downloads for 5 students, and then 9 to 11 gives you 10. 10 downloads for 3 students. 12 to 14, that means 13 downloads for 7 students. Yes, and 15 to 17 is 16. 16 downloads for 2 students. Now what else? We have to find out the product also, right? Fx, this is your x data, and this is your, sorry, made a mistake. This is over here is your f frequency, and this is your x. Now in this case, if I have to find out their mean, I obviously have to calculate their fx format, which is going to be the 4. 4 into 9 is 36. This is going to be 35. This is 30. This is 17 into 13 is 91. And this is 32. Right, yeah, 32. Summation of all these things: 4, 36, 35, 30, 91, 32. 4, 36, 35, 30, 91, 32, 36, 35, 30, 30, 91, 32, right? Summation of all these things gives you, this is summation of fx, which is 228. In order to find out their mean value this time, mean would be summation of fx over summation of f, which is 228. Summation of f was 30 students, because I already know I conducted this experiment on 30 students, so obviously it will be 30. So 228 over 30 is 7.6. That means the mean number of music piece downloaded was approximately 76 music pieces. So I'll just keep this beside the working. This kind of working should always be done when you are going to when you are actually going to calculate this kind of data from bar charts. Okay, I would suggest to draw a table beside the bar chart and then find out their mean value using the fx method. So yeah, this is it again, how to calculate mean from bar charts again. I hope this was clear. We'll move on to the next part. This is for pie charts. Okay, they will never ask you to draw a bar chart, and even if they want to draw a bar chart, this is nothing new, right? You can clearly understand bar charts is exactly like a frequent histogram, but in histogram you have to use this formula and then find out the value for frequency density and then plot the y-axis. But in bar charts, it's easier than histogram because you do not need to find out any frequency density for the y-axis. Whatever the frequency they have provided on your data, that is where exactly you're going to represent on your graph. Okay, we do not need to calculate any other kind of frequency densities for the y-axis of the bar chart. Bar chart is entirely frequency over class y, and histogram is frequency density over class y, which has to be calculated using that equation. I think this is also another one of the key points. I think I should write this down somewhere. Wait 1 minute, let me, I think I'll have enough space over here, so I'll write it down. The difference between bar chart and histogram. For histogram, graphs should be from frequency density against class wide, right? So FD against CW, where there's an equation also, which is FD, sorry, FD, F by CW multiplied with 1 by K. And for histogram, so for bar chart, there's nothing much difficulties involved. You just have to find out, when for histogram, for bar chart, it's just frequency over class wide. No equations are involved. It's just plain frequency against class wide. Nothing else is required for this part. So this is like a notes. So let's write notes on top and highlight this. Okay. Now we'll move on to pie charts. That was it for histogram and bar charts. Nothing else will be asked outside this on your exam papers. I hope. I mean, we do not know. These exam papers are quite unpredictable. So I hope these are all the things that will be asked on your exam paper in this week. Now, let's start with pie chart. In pie chart, what happens? You have to measure the angle. For this diagram also, you have to measure the angle. But problem over here is that I cannot actually open the other app, which has my protector. So I'll just do the approximation process, that how to calculate how to measure the angle. I'll add that video at the end of this file. Okay, so that you can understand that how to exactly how to exactly use protector to measure an angle. So let's start with this. Rohan asked each of the students in his school which color paper they would prefer. They would prefer. Wait, what? Prefer him to use for his worksheets. Okay, and there are 150 students in Rohan's school. Using his results, Rohan drew the following accurate pie chart. And accurate means that over here every section represents accurate angling. And now they are asking you that how many of the 150 students preferred blue color. Okay. I mean, I can understand that, yes, obviously the total angle over here is going to be for 150 students is going to be 360, because at the end the pie chart is a circle. An angle of a circle is 360-degree. But in order to find the number represented by the blue section on this pie chart, I need to calculate, or I need to measure this angle using a protector. So how will you place a protector is that there's a protector, there's a center point of a protector, if you guys know. This is the center point of your protector, right? And over here you have 90. So you're going to place your protector like this. The center point should be exactly at the center point, okay? And your 90 should be approximately over here. Now you can see from the 0 degree how much it was deviated at this point. okay, how much angle it was covering at this section up to this section, and using this concept you can calculate the area, I mean calculate the angle under this blue section of the paper. So let me just assume, I'm not sure if my answer is correct or not, I'm just assuming that the angle over here created by the blue section is 52 degree. Okay, so if that is 52 degree, how will you calculate the number of people choosing blue color? This is a fraction that you're going to use, that number of sorry, number for blue divided by total students is equals to angle for blue divided by total angle. Okay, for example over here I'm using total angle because no other components angle or data was provided, only it was provided the total angle and total student. That's why I'm comparing blue with total angle and total student to calculate the value for the number of students who take blue for their assignments. So blue in that case will be, I assume the angle for blue was 52 over 36 multiplied with 150. If there were any other informations provided for other colors, then I could have used the same equation for blue, and maybe for example if yellow's angle was given and yellow's number of student was given, I would write yellow and yellow's number of student in the denominator of the left hand side and the angle for the yellow in the denominator of the right hand side. Okay, and then rearrange it to find out the angle or the number of people who chose blue color for their assignment. So this gives you, I mean, as obviously as I'm not taking any accurate value, my answer over here is coming out to be like 21.66, which is not correct. I mean, number of students cannot be in fractions, right? These are people. People has to be in accurate integers. So let me just, correct it. Let me see in which value we are going to get exactly accurate value. 1 minute. Right, I think the answer, I mean, the angle over here should be used 60 degree. Okay, so let's just use 60 degree because that gives you an integer value. So it's just I mean at the end of the day I do not know what the angle over there was because I did not measure that. I did not measure this angle, right? But on your exam paper you have to use a protractor, measure this angle, and using that angle you have to calculate this value. But always remember, when you are working with people over here, like this situation, you're working with people, people can't be in fractions, right? People can't be in decimal, they can't be 2.7 people, there has to be either 2 or 3 people. People are integer numbers. So in that case, if you somehow get your answer as a decimals when you're working with people, understand that you're doing something wrong in your working and try to go back and recheck your entire maths. So this is 25 students then. Right, yeah, this is it for your statistics. We completed mean, mode, median, histogram, pie chart, bar chart, and yeah, nothing else out of this. Right, we calculated how to calculate mean, mode, median from let me just go back, from raw data, how to calculate mean, mode, median with group data not in range, and we also calculate how to do your calculations for group data in range. This was your group data in range, and then we calculated histogram, and then we calculated bar charts, then we calculated pie chart. Other than that, statistics doesn't have anything else from this topic. Let's start with ratio percentages. For ratio, there are two types of formula that you can use. Either you can calculate the ratio with respect to the total amount that they have provided, or you can calculate the ratio with any of the other portions value that they are going to provide in the question. So for example, if you do this first question where it says a farmer keeps cows, pigs and sheep, and the ratio of the number of cows he keeps to the number of pigs he keeps is 2:3. I mean, this is for cow and pig, and then the ratio of the number of pigs to the number of sheep is 7:11. You can clearly see that pigs is common for both the cases, and they have given the information that the farmer keeps 42 cows in total. Work out the number of sheep the farmer keeps. Okay, in this case, They have provided you with the information of cow, and they want you to the informations for sheep, like how many sheep were there in the farm. But then again, there was no combined ratio for cow and sheep, but it was related because they both were compared with pigs. So let's just find out the combined ratio for this situation. So at this part, we're going to start with cow is to pig was actually 2 is to 3, and pig is to sheep was 7 is to 11. Now we can understand pigs was common for both the ratios. What will I do is that I'll multiply this with 7 and I'll multiply this with 3, because in order to make the number of like ratio for pigs same in both case. So in that case, after the multiplication, this is how the new ratio will be. Cow is to pigs will be 7 into 2 is 14 is to 21, and pigs is to sheep is going to be 3 into 7 is 21 again over 33. Now I can write all these ratios in one line, in one's like all together, which is cows is to pigs is to sheep, which is basically 14 is to 21 is to 33. Now from this part I can clearly understand no, I cannot take anything common because 33 and 21 were a part of 3, were a factor, well, like multiple of 3, but then 14 is not, so we cannot do anything. This is how the final ratio will be. Now they have provided you with the number of cows. I will use the number of cows information and cows ratio to find out the number of sheep. I can do that by 1 minute. Right, I'll rearrange the equation like this. Number of sheeps yeah. Number of sheep divided by number of cows is equals to their corresponding ratios. That ratio of sheep divided by ratio of cows. Now at this point, sheeps is basically going to be, ratio of sheep was what? 33. So this is going to be 33 divided by ratio of cows was 14. So divide by 14 multiplied with number of cows was 42 cows. So in that case, you're going to get 33 over 14 with 42. You get 99 sheep. That means in that specific farm, the farmer was actually occupying 99 sheep under that farm. This is how you're going to solve the ratio maths. This one concept was related to when entire number of animals were divided into 3 sections, right? One section was provided to you, that is the number of cows was provided to you in the question, and you are going to use that specific one section's information to find out all the other information. Now in this part, from the next question again, I think the next question will be of a similar pattern. Let me find out. Yeah, actually, this kind of questions are actually mostly asked in the recent questions because these are from the recent questions. So for 15 over here, it says that bag contains red counters, blue counters, and yellow counters. And there are also ratios given for red and blue as 5 is to 2 and blue and yellow as 3 is to 5. Again, we can understand that red and yellow were not directly connected to each other. Red and yellow was connected through blue. So which means that blue is to red is 5 is to 2, blue is to yellow is 3 is to 4. And they have given you the number of yellow counters in the bag as 56. And now you need to calculate the total number of counters in the bag. In order to find out the total number of counters, you have to again do the same working. Find out a ratio for all the 3 counters together, and summation of all those 3 counters ratio will be the total ratio over here. So let's just do the working first. Red is to blue was 5 is to 2, and blue is to yellow is 3 is to 2. So it's 3 is to 4. We can clearly understand we have to multiply this with 3 and this with 2, which means now the new ratio after the multiplication would be red is to blue is 10 is to 6, blue is to yellow is 6 is to 8. And now the blue ratio is same for both the concepts. Now we can just make red is to blue is to yellow, which is 10 is to 6 is to 8. You can simplify it by multiplying all these values with 2, because now 2 is a common factor for all the 3 numbers. So finally you can write 5 is to 3 is to 4. That is the final ratio. In order to find out the total number of counters using the information of the yellow counters in the bag, I need to find out the total ratio first. I can find the total ratio over here. Total ratio will be what? 5 plus 3 plus 4. That is going to be 5 plus 3 is 8. 8 plus 4 is 12. So 5, 3, 4. This is 12. And using this 12, you can now calculate the total number of counters, which is the entire equation will be same, just only this time the total counters will be on top, yellow counters will be on bottom. They should be equal to, and ratio for total counters or total ratio divided by ratio of yellow or yellow ratio. Ratio yellow. Now in this case, I'll just calculate the total counters as total ratio was 12. 12 over ratio for yellow was 4 multiplied with 56. Number of yellow counters in the box was 56. So this is 12 over 4 into 56, and that is 168. That means inside that bag there were 168 counters in total, which were then divided into red, blue and yellow sections. Okay, so yeah, this is it for ratio. I hope this was clear enough. For the last part, this is quite an easy ratio. Again, similar concept. A is to B is given, A is to C is given. You need to find out the total A is to B is to C, which means we'll start with A is to B as being 3 is to 5, and then B is to C. So now B is to C. Now you have A is to C over here. A is to C is now 7 is to 4, which we can understand this will be multiplied with 7, this will be multiplied with 3, and a final ratio becomes A is to B is 21 is to 35, A is to C is again 21 is to 12, right? So finally combination of all these things A, B, C will actually be 21 is to 35 is to 12. Now we cannot simplify this ratio anymore because 35 is not divided by 3, whereas 21 and 12 was divided by 3, right? So we'll keep the ratio like this. That is your final answer. Okay, so we have revised few maths from ratios. I hope that is clear. We'll move on to, I think this is percentages, right? Yeah. Okay, so let me see what percentage maths we have. Then we have map scale, right? Okay. Map scale is very rarely seen in a recent question papers, but it might come in a question paper. So we obviously have to revise that also. Now again, before we start with our percentage concept, let me just tell you one thing. There are a few situations when the percentage will increase and when the percentage will decrease, right? So for the percentage increase and decrease, there's some formats that I use for my regular students. Okay, so this is the formula that I use. For this percentage increase case, always remember two statements, by 60-70% or to 60-70%. If your statement is percentage increases by X%, that means what you have to do at the final calculation, you will do this. It means that by 70% means that now you have to pay the 100%, and in addition 70% would also have to be paid. So with this means that 100 plus that X amount, this much percentage of, or of means multiplied value, or I'll just write of the amount, right? Whatever the amount was, now you have to pay it 170% of that amount. Okay, by, if you're in a question, the statement is written as percentage increases or value increases by X%, then you're going to add that with 100. But if in a question it was stated in this format that percentage, value increases to 130%, then you do not need to calculate anything, then you do not need to add anything. That is the final percentage they have given you after the increment. Okay, so if the question gives you information as 2x%, 2x% means this is the final expression. You do not need to add this with 100% extra. So this is your just x% of amount. Okay, and similarly we'll do similar case for percentage decrease also. For percentage decrease also the wordings are quite similar, that for percentage increase similarly we did. For by percentage increase we had to for by percentage increase we had to use plus that amount minus that amount. Similar case for percentage decrease also. So I'll just input the values over here first. Only change over here is going to be it's going to be decrease, percentage decrease. And if your amount is decreasing by x%, that means you're no longer going to add, you're going to subtract it. And then again, if the wording is like decreases to x%, you do not need to subtract anything. This is the final percentage after the reduction. Okay, so this is again like a mini note. So I will just put this inside a box. Now it would be useful for all of you if you guys could get a file of this PDF. So in order to get a file of this PDF, you guys need to communicate me through WhatsApp. So you can communicate me in my WhatsApp group. I will try to send you the the link of this WhatsApp group right in the description box of this file of this video. Okay. So this is your notes part. After this, now let's start with your percentage. Now we have covered up all the basics for percentage that I use for my classes. Then we can start with percentage now. So for this percentage question 12, this was from May 2023 1 PR. It says a factory makes bottles. All of the bottles of the factory made on Monday. Sorry, of all the bottles the factory made on Monday, 70% were made by machine A and 12% were made by machine B. Okay, and let Y be the total number of bottles that the factory made on Monday. Write down an expression in terms of Y for the number of bottles made by machine A on Monday. Okay, that is easy. 70% of the total amount was considered to be Y. So it's just going to be 7 over 100 into Y. That is what? 0.07 Y. Right? I can write it like this. 7 divided by 100 is 0.07. Yeah, so this is your final answer. Okay. Now after this, on machine B, on Monday machine B made 60 more bottles than machine A. We need to find out the value for Y. This is mostly like linear algebraic equations involved with percentages. Over here it says that on Monday, machine B makes 60 more than machine A. So let's just find out an expression for machine B first. So we'll just write machine B, which is what? 12 over 100 into Y. This is going to be 0.12 Y. Right? Now I know that whatever the total amount of that machine A was creating, maybe it was creating 40, that means machine B was creating 100, 60 more than machine A. So if I want to make them equal, both of them equal to each other, machine A equals to machine B. Wait 1 minute. Machine B equal to machine A. That is not possible because machine A was creating 60 less, right? So in order to make them equal, as machine A was creating 60 less, I will have to add 60 to the right hand side of machine A. Now they are equal because machine A was previously creating 100, machine A was creating 40. In order to make them equal, I added 60 on the machine A side. Now they're both balanced to each other, right? And obviously the 160 terms I'm using, these are all random. If this was creating 100, if this was creating 40, they're not equal. By adding 60, now they are equal. And that's why I'm adding 60 in the side for machine A. After this, I will write down the expression, which was what? 0.12y is equals to 0.07y plus 60. If you take that y together, it will be subtracted from 0.12. So 0.12 minus 0.07 actually gives you 0.05. 0.12 minus 0.07y is equals to 60, which is 0.05y is equals to 60. So y becomes 60 over 0.05, which is 60 over 0.05, and that is 1200. Now you know the total number of bottles made on Monday by that by both of the machine was actually 1200 bottles, right? So yeah, this is it for your question 14. This was one of the questions from percentages. We'll move on to the next ones. A piece of the price of a cup of coffee decreased by 8%. Now your concepts about percentage decreased will be used, right? So over here, focus on this is by 8%. What did we learn over here? By 8% means you now have to subtract it from the 100. So this means um, the price of that cup of coffee has decreased by 8%. That means now I have to pay not only 8% of the total amount, it indicates now I have to pay 100 minus 8, so 92% of the total amount I have to pay this time. And the price of the coffee after the price decrease is this much. This is the after reduction price, not the original price. And calculate in dollars the price of the coffee before the decrease. They want to find out the original price this time. Okay. Then I will actually draw a section just for explanation. You can obviously skip that part. So I'll consider the original price as $X, and this was represented with 100%, right? Original price is always 100%. New or reduced price is provided to you. That is $2.53, which is 8% subtracted from the 100. That is 100 minus 8%, which is actually 92%. Now, in order to find out the original amount, this is how I'm going to calculate it. Original price divided by reduced price is equals to, corresponding to original price, the percentage was considered to be 100 and this was 92. So now original price will actually be 100 by 92 multiplied with your reduced price, right? I'll just change the position of the reduced price from the left hand side to the right hand side, so it will get multiplied with a fraction which was 2.53. That is 2.75. That means previously, before that 8% decrease, your price for that cup of coffee was $2.75, and this is your working now. Okay, so we'll move on to next question. Price of each sandwich in a coffee was increased by 4%. Again, over here you are using the word by 4%. That means it doesn't mean now you have to pay 4% of the total amount. Now you have to pay 104% of the total amount, right? So Chris bought a sandwich after the price increase, and we need to calculate the increase in price of the sandwich bought. Now they do not want to find out the original price, they want to find out the difference in price, like by how much amount the price has increased this time. In order to find that also, you have to calculate the original amount first, right? One thing to focus over here, when you are trying to calculate the original price, what do you do is that you take that 100, you keep that 100 in the top, right? And whatever the reduced percentage or increased percentage is, you'll keep that in the denominator. So I will not write the same statement over again. I will just no, I can't actually do that. I mean, it's just easy because I have already written this previous part for this previous part. So just 1 minute. I'm not sure if I have enough space for this because I did these workings over here. Okay. Now again, after this, there will be few things different. Now instead of reduced price, it will be increased price. increased price. This time we're not going to divide, like subtract it. This time we're going to add it. This plus 4, which is 104. Price of that cafe sandwich was 3.964. So 3.64. Now we have to multiply, like these values will be different. It will be 104 in the denominator and 3.64. Now if you calculate it, 100 over 104 with 3.64, you get 3.5. That means previously, after the before the increase, the price was $3.50, and now we can easily understand the difference would be what, 0.15 cent or 0.15 dollar. So which is basically difference is just the subtraction 3.75, sorry, it's 3.64 minus 3.5, which is 3.64, 3.5, that is $0.14. So $0.14, that is your final answer. Okay, so this was it for question 5. 1% increased maths. This was 1% decreased maths. Now we'll move on to this part. The price of a holiday was reduced by 4% in a sale. Hania pays $600 for the sale price when she books the holiday, and she pays the remainder of the price in 4 equal monthly payments. And calculate the price of the holiday before the sale. Okay. Um, the reduced price was paid by her into 5 portions, right? Hania pays 600 of the sale price when she books the holiday, and she pays the remainder of the sale price in 4 equal monthly payments. 4 equal monthly payments means the total price over here is going to be, like, this is the reduced price this time, by the way. So reduced price is 600 plus 4 multiplied with 180, which is 1320 dollar, 1320. And after the reduced price, we need to find out the original price doing the same calculations, right? That the original price is considered as x, reduced price will be 100 minus 4, which is 96%. And doing the same formula, I will not repeat all those things all over again. I'll just write down the formula. That original price is supposed to be what? Original price is going to be 100 out of 104. So it was reduced. So it will be 96 minus this will be. So 96 for $13.20. And that is 1375. So for this, you are going to get 1375 original amount. This was the original price for that holiday, and after the sale, Hania had to buy this, or had the chance to buy this for $13.20. Okay, then this was it for percentage. For this is actually we're doing arithmetic in between, by the way. In arithmetics, we are going to come across questions from ratio, questions from percentage, questions from unitary method a little bit. But unitary method is not that much involved in your paper 1. In paper 2, they have foreign exchange and unitary method in very much highlight and very much detail. For paper 1, I haven't seen that much of unitary method foreign exchange. So actually in this file, we do not have that. So we're going to move to map scale this time. This is your map scale. For map scale, there are a few formulas we follow. For example, whatever happens is that in the previous times, in old times, what we had to do is that we had to actually measure the distance between 2 places by measuring whatever the centimeter difference that was represented on the map, right? So we have to find out the corresponding correct ratio that will relate your actual distance with the map distance. So there are 3 formulas for map distance. First one is for distance between 2 places. First one, and like distance and area comparison. Another is volume and area comparison, or another could be volume or distance comparison. Okay, so for that area and distance, area 1, I mean, it is always area on the map divided by area on the real life or area on ground. Okay, I'll consider area on map as AM and area of real life as AR. Okay, so area of map divided by area of real life is equals to distance on map divided by distance on real life. On top of that fraction for distance, you're going to have a square, because the ratio, I mean the area already comes with a unit of square. In order to balance them, we have to balance the right hand side for distance. So we are going to put square on the ratio for distance. Similarly, I can compare this for volume also. Volume of map divided by volume of real life is equals to distance of map divided by distance of real life. Now again, as we did the comparison for area and distance and we put square on top of the ratio for distance, now we are going to put cube on top of that ratio for distance, because volume's unit is cube. In order to balance it, we have to balance that with the cube of distance. Lastly, we can compare area and volume together, which is area of map divided by area of real life, volume of map divided by volume of real life. Another thing, this time they do not have similar properties, similar units. So what will I do is that volume comes in terms of power 3. So if I make a square of this, that becomes power 3 with a square gives you power 6. And again, area comes out to be with a power of 2. If you cube this, if you like make it an entire cube, then it will be power 6 again. At the end, this is your final fraction. These are the three formulas that will be mostly used for your map scale workings. 1 minute. Let me highlight this as notes again. These are the notes for map scale, but I don't think I have enough space for them to be written over here because it has part A and B. No, I think I'll just write it over there, okay, so that you guys have to understand this on your own. So just write it like this, notes, and this is for this map scale, okay, not for the percentages. Okay, now we'll start. A model of a train is made of a scale 1 is to 4, so 1 is to 8. Wait, I actually got confused and gave you the formula for ratio, right? This is not ratio, this is actually for similarities. Really sorry. For this case, the formulas should be like always in terms of, like this is not even a case. Right, there are two formulas for map scale, sorry. The formulas are always this. As I've already stated, you have to correspond the original length with some map length. So there will be some ratio they have provided. They are going to provide you with. It is always in the form of 1 is to n. So in that case, 1 is to n means this is the format. 1 divided by n, right? This is your format. 1 divided by n whole square, 1 divided by n whole cube. This is the formula that you're supposed to use, not that distance and area. That was the formula for similarities we're going to see in the next portions of the video, but not for this one. Okay, so in this part, it was stated that this ratio was given, 1 is to n was given as 1 is to 48, and the engine of the train has a length of 16 meters, 16.1. You need to calculate three significant figures, the length of the engine of the model. Over here also for ratio, volume, and for distance also we're going to have a different formula. Let me write this. Distance of map, distance of real life is equals to 1 over n. And for distance, there will be not any square or root on top of this fraction. Okay, now in this part A, we're actually using that distance formula. They have given you that distance of real life or length of the real life. They wanted to find out the length of the model. So it will be, length of the model is unknown. So this is dm divided by length of the real life is 16.1 is equals to 1 by 48. Right? Yeah, I mean, you just have to cross multiply this. 1 by 48 multiplied with 16.1. And that would be 16.1 divided by 48, which is 0.335. It asks you to keep your answer in three significant figures. It will be 0.335. Right, that is your answer. And after that, it was again stated the volume of the carriage of the model was 995 centimeter cube. Remember that this is in centimeter. Oh, wait, 1 minute. You also have to calculate this in centimeter, and we get this in meter because this length was in meter. So you have to convert that into centimeter again. Now I do not have much space, so I'll just write all these things in one line. Right, so what I have to do is that I have to multiply 100 to this. So multiplied with 100, that would be 33.5 centimeter. 33.5 centimeter. The units are extremely important. Even I forgot to convert the units. So this is extremely important. After this, they now have given you the model's volume in centimeter cube, and you have to calculate the actual volume in meter cube, right? So we can calculate that easily, but the units has to be very much concerned about. Let's just first calculate in centimeter cube and then convert into meter cube, okay? So we have Vm, which is 995 divided by V of the real actual model is not given, and 1 over 48. Ratio is same. Since we are using volume, so the ratio will be um, cube in this, will be in the form of cube in this equation. So now you have VR as 995 1 by 48 entire thing under a cube, which means 995 1 by 48 entire thing under a cube, which is oh my god, this is something very big. Okay, the answer you're going to get is 11003940. This is in centimeter cube. But remember, in order to convert from meter cube to, sorry, centimeter cube to meter cube, you actually have to multiply this with 10 to the power of minus 6. So when you multiply this with 10 to the power of minus 6, you actually get 110 meter cube, right? That is the final answer for this volume. Okay, so with this, our percentage ratio portion also ends, right? We have seen what things over here. Let me just go back again. We saw a few maths from ratio, we saw a few maths from percentage, we saw percentage increase, percentage decrease, and we saw map scale, right? So this was it for ratio. Then we'll move on to the next topic. Okay, so let's start with vectors. We have in paper 1 also simple modulus vectors. Then the first two questions are from simple modulus vectors, and this is again from parallel vector, and last one is vector geometry. I'm not putting much effort in this video for vectors because we have already a chapter wise uploaded for the vectors concept. So if you still, after solving this video, you still have some problems, I would suggest go back to that video and watch that entire recording for vectors. But then again, for vectors, actually, it might be very rare that they would ask you this kind of geometry vectors in paper 1. This kind of concepts are mainly for paper 2. Okay, it was a rare concept for this Jan 2023 1 PR that they asked about the geometry vector in paper 1. Okay, so other than that, in most of the vector papers I only saw in paper 1, I only saw that they're only asking about simple, very small vectors, not that much anything tricky. So for this question over here, they have given you that there's a vector A with 7 minus 3 values, and we need to find the exact value for the modulus of A. So for that modulus of A, wait 1 minute, modulus of A, this is going to be what? 7 square plus minus 3 square, everything under a root. You just have to take the square. I mean, just if you do Pythagoras basically with the coordinates for the vector. So 7 square plus 3 square. Sorry, 1 minute. So you get root over 58, and they have asked you to calculate the exact value, right? So you have to keep your answer in root over 58. I mean, if you don't want to simplify it, then it turns out to be 7.62, but we cannot write it in fractions. So root over 58 is your final answer. Okay, after this, given that vector A is equivalent to that minus x minus 2 root over 2x, and also the modulus of A is be provided to you. So we can write that x minus 2 whole square plus root 2x whole square is equals to, when this entire thing is under root, right? This is equals to 5 because the modulus of A was equals to root 5. Now we can clearly understand the two roots will be cancelled out if you just take this root to the other hand side. So at the end, roots gets cancelled out and you're going to left out with x minus 2 whole square plus 2x root whole square equals to 5. You have to simplify that x minus 2 whole square, which will be x square minus 4x plus 4, and then root 2x is just going to be plus 2x equals to 5. Then again x square, you have minus 2x Then 4 minus 5 is minus 1, minus 1, 0. You cannot actually middle term this, you cannot factorize this part, you have to do your formula method to calculate this, right? That's why they were also asking about the exact value. Whenever the question refers you to calculate the exact value, they are indirectly actually asking you about that your answer should be in forms of either root or other fractions. So from this part, if I do the calculation for that formula method, it will be, as you have already have minus 2, so it will be plus minus root over minus 2 square minus 4 1 minus 1 and everything under a root divided by 2 1, right? From this part you're going to get the 2 value. Now over here it was saying that this is a modulus, right? Now modulus can never be negative, so in that case, sorry, wait, modulus actually, no, not that modulus can be negative because x was part of your original vector. You're actually getting values of 1 plus root 2, which is approximately 2.41, and another is, I think, 1 minus root 2, right? That is 1 minus root 2, which is approximately negative 0.41. Now from these two value, this can never be the value for x. Why is that? Because in your second term, it was root over 2x. Now, if the value for x is negative, in that case, this entire expression, this entire y coordinate of this vector would be math error. So that will make this entire question wrong, right? So in that case, we cannot consider the negative value for x. That's why if you focus, we have this exact value only, not exact values of x. Whenever we do middle term for this kind of cases, the question always refers to having multiple values for this kind of alphabets. But it was very clear that we want to calculate one value for the alphabet x this time. So that means this is not acceptable. Only acceptable value is a positive value for x that you got. So we can write 1 plus root 2x. This is your final answer, the value for x. Okay, so that is it for modulus vectors. We'll move on. Now this is for parallel vector. It was stated that for the two non-zero non-parallel vectors a and b, where p and q are scalars, find out the value of p and q. Okay, we can clearly see that you have, this is going to be what, 15a minus 5b and then minus pa minus 2pb is equals to qb. We can actually take all the a and b together. That means you have 15 minus p a, so 15 minus pa, and after this you have values for b also, which is if you take minus, I'll just take plus common in between, so you have minus 2p b. Since you do not have anything on the right hand side for a, we will write 0a plus qb. And now we'll start comparing, so that by comparing the coefficients of a vector and the coefficients of b vector, you have 15 minus p is equals to 0, which makes your value for p as positive 15. And then by comparing b, you have minus 5 minus 2p is equals to q, which indicates that now the value for q is minus 5 minus 2 minus, sorry, 15, which is, I think, 30. Right, 35 is your final answer. Wait 1 minute. Minus 5 minus 2, 15. That is minus 35. Wait, let me check again if I'm making any mistake. 15a minus 5b minus pa minus plus minus 2pb is equals to qb. This is 15 minus pa minus 5 minus 2pb and then 0 plus q. 15 minus p is 0, and yeah, on the left hand side you only have the alphabet p over there. Yeah. So 15 minus p0 is p15, and minus 5 minus 2p is equals to q. So yeah, that is your final answer. Then the values for your alphabets p and q is 5 and minus 15. Okay, now we'll move on to the next one. It has said that the vector A has positions minus 3 and 8 and B has coordinates 2, 4, minus 4. You need to find out the position vector of AB. For this kind of cases, column vector, you always should draw a triangle. So using this triangle, now you can write, this is origin. All of the time vectors are represented with respect to the origin. This is A and this is B. So for OA, this was the direction. This was minus 3, 8. And then again for OB, the direction was 2 minus 4. And then again for AB, we need to find out that vector. So the formula over here is going to be AB is equals to OB minus OA, because OA and AB were actually in the same direction. So AB in that case will be OB is 2 minus 4, and this is minus 3 and 8, which is 2 minus minus 3. So 2 minus minus 3 is 5, and then minus 4 minus 8 is minus 12. In that case, the modulus of this vector is actually going to be 5 square plus minus 12 square, everything under a root. I think this will be 13. So this is 13. Right? That is your final answer for question 16, or fourth question from this vector topic. Now we'll move on. Now this is vector geometry, very tricky but very rare to come in your AP1 exam. But I would still suggest you to go through at least 1 or 2 maths of this kind of topic. So let's start with this. This is actually taken from Jan 23 1 PR. Okay, the diagram shows a quadrilateral OABC, in which the value for OA is A, OC is C, and CB is 3A. Okay, this is OA, OC, and CB is 3A, and the point M lies on OB such that OM and MB is 7:3. Okay, and the point P lies on AB such that CMP is a straight line. Find in terms of A and C, simplifying your answer to the vector CM. Okay, now they want you to find out this coordinate, but they haven't give you anything related to this, right? For example, they want to find out CM, but CM is actually related to either OMC, or it is related to your value for, yeah, actually, we can calculate it using OMC. At first, we will use your triangle OCB to calculate OB, and using that OB vector, we can use the ratios of OM and MC to find out the corresponding length for OM. And using that, then we can calculate the length for your CM. Right, but I think that's quite lengthy. Yeah, I mean, it was supposed to be lengthy, and wait, I have kept space over here, so no problem. Okay, so for part A, for part A, we are first going to focus on the triangle OBC. This is roughly the diagram OBC. For OC, it was, I think, just small c, right? This is small c, and for CB, this was 3A. We need to find out OB in that case. Yeah, we are trying to find out OB. So we can understand that OB is the only vector in the opposite direction, whereas OC and CB is in the same direction. So this will be OB is equals to OC plus CB, which means OB is just C vector plus 3A vector. Right, that is your final length for OB. Now we're going to use this ratio over here. Now if I'm going to introduce one line in between this triangle, wait 1 minute. Right, another thing to write over here, we are only working with triangle OBC for this portion. And now if I'm going to try introduce M over here, it was already written that M was dividing this line OB in a ratio of 7:3. That means OM was 7 portions of the total length, and MB was 3 portions of the total length. Over here, total length is going to be considered as, total ratio is going to be considered as 10, right? 7 plus 3 is 10. So in that sense, now we have OM as what? We can calculate the OM, that will be 7 over 10 multiplied your vector for OB, right, using the ratio concept. So 7 over 10 C, and if you add multiply this with 3, because the other value for OB was 3, it will be 21 over 10A. That is the expression for OM. Now using this OM, OC, and using this OM and OC, we can calculate CM. So it will be, CM is basically OM minus OC. So OM was 7 by 10 C plus 21 by 10 A, and OC was actually OM minus OC. OC was just minus C, right? Then you have 7 by 10 minus 1. You are going to have minus 3 by 10. So you get CM. Okay, that is the final expression for CM. After this, again, you have that was the final expression for part A. We are done with part A. We'll move on to the next part. For the next part, it says that using a vector method by showing your working, find AP and AP and PB in the ratio of x is to y, where x and y are integers, and you need to show your working entirely clearly. Okay, AP is to PB. They want to find out the coordinates for this AP, and then again this is for AP, and the next one would be PB. Right, these are the two lengths they're trying to find out the ratio with. So we can find out PB easily, which is a combination of PC. We can find out PB easily by a combination of CPB using that triangle. Wait 1 minute. Vector method, show you're working clearly, right? Okay. Yeah, one method over here is going to be, we're focusing on PCB, that triangle, that will give you one value. Other than that, you have BM, PM, and PB. That will give you two expressions for the length PB, but it will not contain any ratios. Point M on the line PC also cuts the line in some ratio. But then again, AP was not creating any kind of relation with any kind of triangle. We can do one thing, is that now since PB over here is not creating any kind of triangle with anything, the only expression that was creating was PB creating one triangle for this portion. We can do one thing over here is I'll connect this AP and A and C together. After this, now I can understand that A, B, C, they are now a triangle, right? We can calculate AC easily using that OA and OC concept, and using that AC and CB, I can calculate the total length for AB. After I have the total length for AB, I will use the concepts of what can I use? 1 minute. I can still use my AC, and yeah, I can find out PM. Wait, I have an idea for calculations for AB, but A, C, and CM. So we got a value for CM, right, in part 1. Using this, now I know that CP will be some mu version of CB, right? That is for sure. Yeah, that is one portion we have to use. Also, in some case, it was stated in this statement that CMP is a straight line. This statement is not just a random statement over here. This is a statement that you need to use for your part B calculation. As they have stated that CMP is a straight line, that means either CP is going to be considered as lambda CM. So we can use that value to calculate another expression for AP. Okay, and that is one of your answers over here. Right, we can either use if I'm going to use OP over here. Now OP cannot be calculated again because I do not have OP. Okay, so that is the one value that I'm getting in terms of lambda for AP. Right, but then again I need to compare it with something, right? So for that comparison, I need to find a different expression for AP in a different orientation. One thing is ACP. Another triangle it could have created with OAP, but we do not have any expressions for OP also, and OP doesn't lie on any other lines over here. So in that case, P is PM, this much length. Using that CM, also the ratio of lambda and all these concepts, we can still get a value for PB, but we need to stick to one line. We need to first find out expressions for either AP or other values like this. One format is APC. Yeah, I mean, I can do one thing over here. As AP is a part of AB, I can consider that whatever the value for AB is, that will be mu of AP, right? Let's just first find out that an expression for AB. Okay, AB, we're going to calculate that using ACB. So for that again, we need to find out AC first. So AC is OAC. So let's just go back to this part and start doing our working first. In order to solve anything on this part B, we need to first solve the length for AC. So this is how the rough triangle for OAC was. Approximately, this is O, this is A, this is C. OA was, I think, A. Wait 1 minute. Yes, A and OC was just C. Okay. So this is A and OC was just C, and AC was in this direction. We can clearly understand OA and AC were in the same direction, whereas OC was in the opposite, which means that now you have AC as OC minus OA. So AC over here is what? OC was C minus A. Right, that is the expression for AC. Now using this ACB, I can calculate an expression for AB. So for ACB, this is how the actual triangle was approximately. This is A, this is C, and this was B. BC was 3A, and AC you calculated was C minus A. And we need to find out an expression for AB. We can understand AP is basically the summation of AC and CB. So AP is AC plus CB. AC was C minus A plus 3A, and now you have C minus, sorry, plus 2A. Right, that is a final expression for, sorry, made a mistake. This is actually AB, not AP. Now again, if I draw a line over here, it was already clear that P is a point on the straight line AB, right? If it is a point on a straight line, then certainly I can express AP in terms of AB. This was the point for P. Now at this part, I can understand that AP is lambda AB, right? In that case again, now I have another expression for AP, which is lambda C minus, sorry, it's plus 2 lambda A. And that is the expression for AP. After this, now we have an expressions for AP, very clear. We'll move on to your next portions. After AP, if we move on, we still want to calculate a different expression for AP, right? Now we will focus on APC, where again C, like a CP, will be some versions of CM, like mu version of CM, because it was already stated that CMP is a straight line. So from this part again, we'll continue. Just 1 minute. Now we're going to focus on so ACM, or in triangle ACM. This is your entire portion for that. ACP, not M, ACP. Okay. Now for that ACP, it is already given. Okay, this was a given expression that CMP is a straight line. And for this case, if CMP is a straight line, for this case, CMP is a straight line, right? So now in this sense, I can write that CP is actually going to be mu times cm, right, where mu is any kind of value, fractions over here. So value for cm was minus 3 over 10c, 21 over 10a. So we can write minus 3 over 10 mu c plus 21 over 10 mu a, right? This is the length for your CP. Now using this CP, I can calculate another expression for PM, AP, and that would be, if I again draw a triangle over here, this was A, this was point P, this was C, CP was this one, minus 3 over 10 mu C plus 21 over 10 mu A. This is the expression for CM. AC was C minus A, and now we need to find a different expression, second expression for AP. That will be basically their summation, right? AC plus CM. Now you can understand, if you add AC plus CM, this is going to be 1 minus 3 over 10 mu C, and then 21 by 10 mu minus 1a, right? This is how the expression will be. For example, the c and c will get added together, 1 minus 3 over 10 mu c and 21 over 10 minus 1a. From this part, we have got a second expression for AC. Let me just highlight this again, AP. This is the second expression for AP, and this was your first expression for AP. As they are both referring to one specific length, I can consider that the first equation is equivalent to the second expression. So in that means that AP is equals to AP, which turns out to be lambda C plus 2 lambda A. This is equivalent to minus 3 over 10 mu C plus 21 over 10 mu B. So mu A it was. I do not have much space, 1 minute. This is mu A, and from this part again I can compare the values. If I compare A, 2 lambda becomes equals to 21 over 10 mu, and B become equal to lambda minus 3 over 10 mu. So lambda is equals to minus 3 over 10 mu. Okay, so from this part, I know the value for lambda can be used as minus 3 over 10 mu. I'll just input this in this part. So this becomes minus 3 over 10 mu is equals to 21 over 10 mu, which is basically 2 multiplied with 3 over 10, that is 3 over 5. So if you take all these things together, 21 over 10 mu plus 3 over 5 mu is equals to 0. So 21 over 10 plus 3 over 5. This turns out to be 27 over 10. But I think, okay, the ratio was something different. So let me just calculate this first. The value for mu turns out to be 27 over 10. In that case, mu is 10 over, wait. The value for mu turns out to be 0 in this situation, right? Because everything at the end gets cancelled out. 1 minute. Sorry, I took the different equation wrong. I mean, I was supposed to take this one, I took this one for by mistake. 1 minute. This expression was correct. I will have to use more space, so I'll just write it very small. Lambda C plus 2 lambda A. This is equivalent to 1 minus 3 by 10 mu C plus 21 over 10 mu minus 1a. Now if we start comparing that a and b together, by comparing a, now you have 1 minus 3 by 10, sorry, I compared it wrong again. For a, we had 21 over 10 mu minus 1 is equals to 21 by 10 mu minus 1 is equals to 2 lambda, right? And then again, if you compare b, now you have minus 1, so 1 minus 3 by 10 mu is equals to lambda. Okay, now from this portion, if I just can calculate lambda, mu is not needed over here, to be honest. Yeah, mu is also needed, but as you can see, this question is quite easier to work with. So if you can calculate lambda only, that will also lead you to your final answer. So let's just first calculate the value for lambda. Or actually, let's just calculate the value for mu first. Okay, so as I was calculating, wait 1 minute. Now I will actually, substitute the two lambdas together. So wait 1 minute. Yeah, in that case, I can calculate the value for mu or lambda. For example, over here, the value for lambda is already what? 1 minus 3 by 10 mu, right? So I can just take this 21, 10 mu minus 1. This is going to be 2. 1 minus 3 by 10 mu, and that will again be 21 10 mu minus 1. This is 2 minus 6. This is going to be 3 by 5 mu, and at the end you guys are going to have 21 by 10 plus 3 by 5. So 21 by 10 plus 3 by 5, which is 27 by 10 again. Let me just write this down. And this will be 2 plus 1, so this is 3. So you have eventually 27 over 10 mu is equals to 3. And finally, for the value for mu, this is going to be 3 divided by 27 over 10, which is 10 by 9. The value for mu is 10 by 9. Now using this, I can calculate the value for lambda. Lambda in that case would be 1 minus 3 by 10 multiplied with 10 by 9. So you have 1 minus 3 by 10 multiplied with 10 by 9, because that was the value for mu was. This becomes 2 by 3. So the value for lambda is 2 by 3. Now if you remember, lambda was actually used in the ratio for AP is to AB, right? Which actually can be written as AP divided by AB, and this becomes 2 by 3, which means that AP has a ratio with AB which is 2 is to 3. Now if we go back, I'll just have to keep this writing to this portion a little bit smaller so that it can fit in. Now again, if you go back to your original diagram, APB was a straight line. If AP is twice the ratio of that 3 times AB, now I can understand PB would be 1 in that case, right? So the final ratio, the final answer over here that we have to calculate is APPB, which is going to be 2 is to 1, and that is your final answer over here. That is how you're supposed to calculate this vector geometries. Now I know these are like extremely lengthy long maths, but obviously these are mostly paper 2 concepts. We're just doing this for just a revision over here. So yeah, that is it for your vectors geometry, and also I think that is it for all the vectors part actually. After that we're going to move on to numbers, right? Yeah, this is it. Now in numbers, you have to identify which members of this 6 number are rational or irrational. Always remember that rational means anything that can be written into fractions, and irrational means anything that cannot be written into fractions, right? So rational means that anything that exists in terms of fraction. So rational indicates in terms of fractions. Okay. Now after this, we just find out which one actually exists in fractions or not. For example, this 3 by 3 pi by 2, 3 pi by 2, this doesn't actually stand in fractions. For example, obviously this becomes what 3 pi by 2, but pi cannot be in fractions. So that is one of your first irrational number. Right, 3 pi by 2. Then again, root over 36 is actually 6, which can be written as 6 over 1, which is again a rational over here. Then again 0 0.2, 0 0.2 is what? 1 by 5. So 1 by 5 is again rational, 3 is again 3 by 1, minus 1 is again 1 over 1, and root over 18 in this case, you cannot write root over 18 in terms of fractions. Root over 18 is either 3 root 2 or 4.24. So that means this is either like root over 18, right? We can understand that only this one and this one couldn't be written in terms of fraction. Other than that, all the other four numbers were able to be written in fractions. So over here, the two irrational numbers are 3 pi by 2 and root over 18. Made a mistake. This was 2, 3 pi by 2, right? Okay, so again, we'll write this down, that irrational numbers are, they will have space over here for you to write. So this is going to be 3 pi over 2 and root over 18. Okay, that is the only answer over here. No other workings are needed. You just have to use a calculator and find out that which one can be written in terms of fraction or which one cannot be written in terms of fractions. This is again a type of notes, so I'll just write this down. We are doing numbers, so numbers actually include a lot of things, just like this one, rational irrational numbers. That is also a part, that is a part of numbers. And then we'll move on to LCM, HCF, and so many other things we have included in our numbers section. For example, this kind of LCM, HCF are difficult to do. Obviously we do this kind of LCM, HCF very often, that they're going to give you numbers and you just have to find out the highest common factor and lowest common factor. So let's just start with this one first. So we have 60 and 165 and we want to find out their HCF. For 60 and 165, when you're trying to find out HCF, we're going to find their highest common factors separately. So for 60, I will use 2. This is going to be make it 30. Then again 2. This is 15. Then 3 and then 5. We'll stop at 5 because 5 is a prime factor or for prime number, so we cannot break down 5 anymore. After that, we have 165. I think 165 is divisible by 3, so it becomes 55. 55 is divisible by 5, which becomes 11. And again, 11 is your final prime factor, prime number. So we can write 60 like 2 square, right? Because there were two 2's, so we can write 2 square. So 2 square into 3 into 5. And then we can write 165 as 3, 5 and 11. The reason for writing this 3, 5, 11 with a space, because I want to make the 3's of this equation aligned with the previous one. Right now we can see that this one, there we have this common and again 1, 5 common. So I'll just write 1, 3 and 1, 5. That means the HCF for this 60 and 165 is actually 15. Right, the highest common factor is 15. That is how you're going to do the HCF normally. And then again for LCM, they have provided you with 12, 14 and 15. So for LCM, you're going to find out the common factors with all of them combined in under one line. So we're going to start with what? For example, 12 and 14, 12 and 15 comes in pair, but 14 and 15 doesn't come in pair. So let's just do with 6, so 2. So this becomes 6, 7 and 15 will just run down. And after that, we can start with 7 is a prime number, so we cannot break down 7. So we're going to look up for 3, as 3 is used or can be used to divide 6 and 15. So this will be 2, 7 and 5. Now all of these are prime numbers. This is the end for your entire LCM. For LCM, lastly, you're going to multiply all the outside numbers. Now you have 2 into 3 into 2 into 7 into 5, and which will be 2 into 3 into 2 into 7 into 5, that is 420, right? So the LCM over here is 420. Okay. Before we solve this, I think we should go back to this kind of questions. Now, for example, over here, they want to find out the LCM and then again they want to find out the HCF. This was from question from the year May 2020 paper 1. Now for the LCM, always remember for this kind of questions, you're always going to pick out every number for LCM, okay? For example, for LCM, you have A as 2 to the power of 3, 3, 5 square, and then you have for B is 2 square, then 3 square, then 5 and then 7. Over here, you can clearly understand that 7 was not aligned with anything, so we'll still take 7 this time. We're not taking anything common. We are taking the number with the maximum power as a step for your final LCM. Okay, so for the LCM over here, we can see that obviously 2 cube and 2 square are present. I'm not taking the smallest power. For LCM, I'll take the largest power. So I'll take 2 to the power of 3. And then again we have 3 to the power of 2. I will take the largest power, so 3 to the power of 2. Then again 5 square and 5, I will take the largest power, so 5 square, and 7 was just 7, so I'll just take 7 over here. So for LCM, you always take, whenever there are like common numbers for both the factors, you're always going to take the maximum power, okay? So for LCM, you take maximum power. And for HCF, now you only focus on the common power, and now you're going to take the smallest number, smallest power, okay? Common numbers with smallest power. I think I should, let's just first find out the value for LCM, which is 2 to the power of 3, 3 to the power of 2, 2 to the power of 3, then 3 to the power of 2, then 5 square, and then 7. You get 12600. That is your final answer. Okay, now after this, again, this was the working for your LCM. We did this. For your HCF now, you always take whatever number is common in between them, and you still do not take the maximum value. You now only choose the positive value this time. Okay, so smallest power this time. For example, in between these two, both are common in both of the numbers a and b, but we are only going to take 2 to the power of 2 over here. We are always taking smallest power for HCF, largest power for LCM. So we are going to take 2 square. From 3 and 3 square, we are going to take 3. From 5 square and 5, we are going to take 5. So HCF turns out to be 2 square into 3 into 5, which is 60. So this is HCF now. Okay. Now, yeah, that is it actually. I was supposed to write a notes over here, so I'll just write this. LCM is common numbers maximum power, plus we also take anything that is uncommon present in the factors over here. So common numbers, we only take their maximum powers, plus everything, plus anything else. Okay, anything else? By that I mean that if there is nothing common in between the two factors, we'll also take those in calculations for your LCM. And for your HCF, we're only taking common numbers, like only common numbers will be taken. And now in addition to that fact, we're also going to take the minimum power, not only the common numbers, we're going to take the minimum common numbers, minimum power. Sorry, 1 minute. Now this is your notes calculation. Okay, now this is for notes for LCM and HCF. We'll now move on to your next math similar to that. Now find out the lowest common multiple of 2a and 7b. Give you answer as a product of prime numbers. Okay, LCM of 2a and 7b. Let's just first find out the LCM of just a and b, and then we'll find out the LCM of 2a and 7b. Now in this case, LCM for a and b would be what? 2 power 3, 3 power 4, 5 power 4 and 11, right? That will be the final LCM. And as they want you to find out the LCM for 2a and 7b. For example, how would you have calculated this? For 2a and 7b, you are only going to take one common, that would eventually be 2a and 7b, which means the LCM over here is actually going to be 2a multiplied with 7b. That means after your calculations for the LCM of a and b, you just have to add multiply 14 to that value. So for example, over here LCM of a and b, this is going to be 2 to the power of 3, 3 to the power of 4, 5 to the power of 4 and 11. 2 power 3, 3 power 4, 5 power 4 and 11. 2 power 3, 3 power 4, 5 power 4 and 11. 2 power 3, 3 power 4, 5 power 4 and 11. That turns out to be 45, 4455000. Okay, and after this, now you have the final LCM for that 7A, 7B and 2B is just going to be the similar. If the LCM for A and B was 4455000, you just have to multiply 14 to this, which will eventually be 62370000. But then again, they're asking you to give your answer as a product of prime numbers. So let's just divide this by 7. No, no, actually, that is not 62370000 divided by. I can divide it by 7, but that will give you 981 thousand over here. 891,000. I mean, 91 is actually a prime number, but you just have to give your answer in terms of prime number only, prime factors. Okay. Okay, I think we cannot break it like this. So what we can do over here is, lastly, we can take, there was 7 over there, right? 2 to the power of 3. So 2 to the power of 3, 3 to the power of 4, 5 to the power of 4 and 11. After that, we just have to multiply that 7 and 4 with this final fraction, okay? So we have 2, so 7 and 4, we are going to multiply that 2 and 7 with this final statement, which will make this 2 and 2 to the power of 3 multiplied together. So now you have 2 to the power of 4, 3 to the power of 4, 5 to the power of 4, and then 7 and then 11, right? All of these are actually prime numbers. 2, 3, 5, 7, 11. These are prime number itself. So that means we can use this and express that A and B as form of prime numbers. Right. So this is it. We are going to move on to your next question. Um, Right, we have solved this one first. This is, I think, your last question from HCF. It says that Harpreet has been given this much red bricks, this much green bricks, and this much blue bricks. Harpreet is asked to arrange the bricks in rows according to the following rules. Each row must contain just one color of brick, and each row must contain the same number of bricks. Okay. Calculate the maximum number of bricks there can be in a row. This is mainly HCF over here, right? Since they're talking about the maximum, that means the highest common factor. Okay, so we'll do HCF over here. Now for that HCF, in this case, we will just have to find out the common numbers with the smallest power. That will give you the final highest common factor for this, right? If this was about the minimum number of bricks, then we could have used the LCM concept. But as this is for maximum, so obviously this will be for for HCF. Okay, this indirectly indicates you have to calculate the HCF over here. For that HCF now, we can see that you have this three on the 3 rows you have 2 common, but the smallest power will be 2 square, and then again you have 3 common in only red brick and brown bricks, so blue bricks, not in green bricks, so we cannot take 3 common, but we have 5 common in all the 3, but we are going to take the smallest power, so 5 power 3, and then again 7 common, and we are going to take the smallest power, so just 7. So in that case, HCF over here is 2 square 5 power 3 with 7, and that is your final answer, right? The LCM for the number of bricks that can be arranged in one color in each row and same number of bricks. So yeah, this is it for LCM HCF. We'll now move on to standard form. Now standard form is easy to work with. Always remember, if you're taking that point in front, then your power should be positive. If you're taking that point in the backward direction, then your power should be negative. And standard form should always be written in this format: a into 10 to the power of n, where a should always be less than 10 and greater than 1. This is the value for a. Like the first term of standard form, the first point of standard form is that this first statement should be in between 1 and 10. Okay, that means it cannot be in 0 point something, or it cannot be in 10 point something. It has to be in the numbers between uh, greater than 1 and, like, greater than and equal to 1. Like this is how the range should be. It should be equal to 1 and equal to 10, not greater than or less than that. Okay. Yeah, less than is possible but not greater than that. Okay, now this is another point. There was another point of 0.00025. In that case, if you're going to take this 0 in the backward direction, it will actually have a into 10 to the power of negative n power. If you're going to move that point in the backward direction towards right, then you'll have the negative power. And if your number is 2.5233, and if you're going to take this power, move in the forward direction, then it will be a into 10 to the power of positive n. Okay, then the power becomes positive. This is the format. These are the, notes for standard form. Okay, so this is your notes, and now we'll start with the calculations. It says that for standard form, they have given you this much data. Calculate your answer in standard form. Okay, now for this part, since everything over here is in multiplied format, you can do one thing. I'll just multiply 4.2 with 5.5, and later on I'll multiply the 10 to the power of 72 with 75. Whenever we're multiplying same base with different power, the power gets added together, right? So 72 plus 75. So now you have what? 4.2 into 5.5, that is 23.1, and that will be equal to what? 72 plus 75, which is 147. Okay. Now again, after this, that is for your standard form part 1. We'll move on to next question. They are dividing the same base with different power. Division means subtraction of powers, so it will be 12 minus 3. That is what? M to the power of 9, right? And then again for the next question, you have 125. This will be with a power of 2 by 3. Then again, this is p to the power of 9, right? Okay. So then you have multiplied this with p to the power of 9. This will also be with the power of 2 by 3, because 2 by 3 was a whole power for all of the things inside the bracket. And then again you have w power 3. That will be again with the power of 2 by 3. So 125 with the power of 2 by 3 actually gives you 25. This is 25. And this one, 9 into 2 by 3, this one gives you 6, so p to the power of 6. And lastly, 2 by 3 into 3, this gives you a square, so w square. Finally you can write 25 p to the power of 6 w square. That is your final answer. Okay, then we'll move on to this question. This is for simplification, and you need to give your answer in standard format. Now over here, if you just directly pick this on your calculator, I think your calculator is supposed to tell you this is a math error case. So what you have to do, yeah, we'll just have to simplify the denominator first. But then again, for the denominator, we cannot actually do that maybe. If I try to calculate 2 into 10 to the power of minus 180 plus 4 into 10 to the power of minus 182. Yeah, this gives you 0. Now what we can do over here is that we can make this as a power of 480. We have this negative 482, right? So if we can just, make this 0 2 times after that point, it will be actually 0 point. I mean, over here, what you have is 4.00 into 10 to the power of negative 182. So if you can move this point 2 units forward, this will be 0.04 into 10 to the power of minus 180. Now I know this is not mathematically correct because this one turns out to be less than 0, but this is how we are going to approach the answer over here. So because at the end, if you do this entire thing on your calculator turns out to be 0, and whenever you are going to have the 0 on your denominator, the entire question will be math error. So we cannot do this entirely on our calculation. This is how we're going to approach to our final answer. Now for this part, we're going to write this as 25.5 into 10 to the power of 8. This is divided by 2 into 10 to the power of minus 180 plus 0.04 into 10 to the power of minus 180. Now since we have similar power this time, I can take the power common at this point from the denominator. So you have 25.5 into 10 to the power of 8. And if you take the denominator, like from the denominator, if you take the 10 to the power of 180 common, then you have this 2 plus 0.04 added together, and this will be entirely multiplied with 10 to the power of 180. Finally, 2 plus 0.04 is 2.04. Wait, sorry, 1 minute, made a mistake. Yeah, 2.04. Now you have 25.5 into 10 to the power of 8 divided by 2.04 into 10 to the power of minus 180, which is basically, now you can do your division for the 2.25.5 with 2.04 and for the powers. So you have 25.5 divided by 2.04. Then you have 8 minus. Usually we subtract whenever the power is in division format. Now the power in the denominator already has a minus. So at the end, what will happen is minus minus, it will be actually added together. So I'll just still write it like this, which is 25.5 divided by 22.04, which turns out to be 12.5 this time. So 12.5 into 10 to the power of 80 minus minus 180. So 8 minus minus 180 turns out to be positive 188. But this is again wrong because you have 12.5 in the front. So you have to move this in the forward direction. And whenever you're moving this in the forward direction, it becomes 10 to the power of negative 1, right? So at the end, you actually have 1.25 into 10 to the power of, you originally had 188, and now in order to make that 12.5 1.25, it will become 187 because you have to subtract 1 from that power as you're moving the power in the frontward direction. If you remember from these very top notes we wrote, if you're moving the power in the front direction, oh wait, no, I think this will be 89, right? Because you're moving the power in the front direction, not in the backward direction, sorry. Then it will be 189, not 187. It will be added with that 188. Or you can use just, you calculate it, 12.5 into 10 to the power of 188. Oh wait, no, we cannot use your calculator because that will be a math error on your calculator. So you just have to use your own mind. If you're moving this power in the front direction, so it will have 1 added to this power because it becomes 12.5 can be written as 1.25 into 10 to the power of 1. So 1 plus 188 gives you 189. Okay, that is your final expression, final value. So this is it for, oh no, this is not it for standard form. We still have a few more maths in standard form. So let's start with the next one. Okay, so now again over here also, we need to find out the mean of the two numbers over here. Similar process. We have 100 and 101, right? What will I do is that whenever I'm adding these much big numbers, I will try to make them with the same power. So 4 into 10 to the power 100 cannot be changed, but that 101 can be changed, right? I'll just take this power in the front, one unit in the front, and that will be 0.36 into 10 to the power of 100. This is obviously mathematically incorrect, but we have to do this in order to make the both numbers have the same 10 to the power of power. So now we can write for the mean calculation. What do? Is we add the values and divided it by number of data. We have 2 data, so obviously we'll divide this data by 2. So now you have 4 into 10 to the power of 100 plus 3.6 into 10 to the power, oh, I will not write 3.6 over here. I'll directly start with 0.36 into 10 to the power of 100. This entire thing divided by 2. Now then again I can take 110 to the power of 100 common from this, which will be 4 plus 0.36, this divided by 2. And finally I can write 4 plus 0.36 divided by 2 on your calculator, and that will give you 2.18. Okay, this one gives you 2.18 into 10 to the power of 100, and that is your final answer, 2.18 into 10 to the power of 100. Yeah, that answer also is in terms of standard form, so this is entirely correct. Okay, now lastly this one, I think this is a standard form last maths, right? Yeah, then we're going to move on to completing the square. Okay, for this part again, this is not entirely a completing the square, I think. This is a part of simplification. I mean, I was actually creating this worksheet from your recent question paper, so some things got a little bit mixed up. This is actually from simplification. Okay, so for this simplification now, they are saying that this can be written in the form of 5 power y, and we need to express that y in terms of n again. Okay, let's just see. You have 20 multiplied with 25, 5n plus 3. This will be divided by 4 multiplied with 125 inside a root, and this again has a power of 4n plus 2. Okay. First things first, I can cancel this out, and this will give you 1 5. So on the next line, now you have 5 into 25 again can be broken down as 5 square. So 5 square on top of that you have 5n plus 3. Yes, and again in the denominator you have 125 root, right? If you calculate on your calculator 125 root, that will give you 5 to the power of 2 by 3. So let me just write 125 5 to the power 2 by 3. Wait 1 minute. Now this actually gives you 5 root 5, which is basically 5 power 1, 5 power half. This is 5, 1.5. Right, this is 3 by 2. Not getting 2 by 3, you're getting 3 by 2. 3 by 2, right. 5 power, 5 power 1.5 and 5 root 5. Right, 5 power 3 by 5. So over here, if you use your calculator, 125 can be broken down as 5 power 3 by 2. So now you have 5 power 3 by 2. This will be multiplied with 4n plus 2, right? What you can take common from this? You can take 2 common from this part again. So this becomes 2n plus 1. At the end, you're going to write this as 5 power 1 multiplied with 5 power. If you multiply this 2 with 5n plus 3, then you have 10n plus 6 divided by, for that 5, 3 by 2 multiplied with 2, 2n plus 1. You can clearly understand this 2 and this 2 will be cancelled out. And now you're left out with what? 5 10n plus 6 plus 1, because whenever the bases are same, powers get added together. So 10n plus 6 plus 1 divided by, now you have 5 to the power of 3 multiplied with 2n plus 1, which is going to be what? 6n plus 3. Right, at the end, since the factors over here are in divided format, like the bases over here are in divided format, we can write 5 10n minus 6n, and this is 7, right? So we can write 7 minus 3, and that would be 5. This is what? 4n, and this is 4 again, yeah, plus 4, right? This is the final answer. I think this is how your statement over here should be written, that 5 in terms of y, 5 in terms of 5 to the power of 4n plus 4, or you can take 4 common. That would again be 4n plus 1. Right, let me see if I am missing something. This was 5, right? So it become 5 square, 5n plus 3, 5n plus 3, 4n plus 2, and the 4 was vanished. This is 5 square. This is 5 cube root, so 5 3 by 2, and then you took 2 common out of that denominator's power, so you get 2n plus 2, right? 2n plus 2. So this 2 gets cancelled out. 3 left over, 3 was multiplied with this 2n plus 1, which is 6n plus 3. And then again you have this 2 into 5 is 10, 2 into 3 is 6, plus 1 is 7. So 10n minus 6 is 4n. 6 plus 1 is 7, minus 3 is 4n, right? And this is the final answer then for the simplification. I hope this was clear for all of you. We'll move on to your completing the square topic. Right, these are the few maths we did for standard form so far. Okay, so for this completing the square, they will always give you a quadratic equation and they want you to write it in this format. Okay, now in this format, over here, whatever you have inside the bracket, whatever you have outside the bracket, this is the format always. For example, x squared minus 6x plus 5. This will be written as capital A x plus capital B whole square plus C. So now you can actually calculate the values for A, B, C, capital A, B, C using the values from your question. For example, over here, your value for small a, small b, and small c is 5. Capital A is always equals to small a. So in that case, capital A is 1 over here from this equation. The value for capital B is always small b over 2a, which is what? Minus 6 over 2, 1, that is minus 3. And capital C is always c minus b square by 4a, which is the value for c is 5 minus minus 6 whole square divided by 4, 1. So we calculate the value for C again. 5 minus minus 6 whole square by 4, that is again minus 4. Okay, 4 minus minus 6 whole square divided by 4. Okay, 1 minute. 5 minus, yes, c minus b square by 4a. So 5 minus minus 6 whole square by 4, 1. This is, yeah, okay, this is minus 4. Now you can clearly see on your statement, this b was actually written in terms of a, and this c was actually written in terms of b, and this a was not written because nothing was here. When nothing obviously indicates there was 1, but 1 is not very significant over here. So what we can do is, now I'll write the equation like this: x squared minus 6x plus 5, this is equivalent to x minus a whole square plus b, which can be written as, now I know, x minus 3 whole square minus 4. Right, in that case, the value for your small a and small b is actually minus 3 and minus 4. Now, obviously, they will obviously play with your confusions, like, try to make you more confused by using different words at different sections, but always use this format and then match your answer with the format. Whatever you have at the position for capital B, you just need to write the value for capital B for that alphabet they're using. Okay, don't get confused with the alphabets. They will never change the alphabet's positions. They're just using the different alphabets for different sections, just to make you more confused. So now for this part, A is minus 3 and B is minus 4. And this is your final answer. Same formula we're going to use for every sections for completing the square. This is actually a part of your maths for this portion. Okay, and there could be a one note over here, and that note would be that ax square plus bx plus c equals to 0, right? Or c can be written as capital A x plus capital B whole square plus c. In that case, capital A is small a, capital B is small b by 2a, and capital C is c minus b square by 4a, right? That is the formula, and you should always use this formula for completing the square. There is another formula also present, but I think that is very tricky to understand, or not exactly very tricky to understand. If you are good with that method, you can obviously use that. Both are the formats that are acceptable in your IGCSE maths. Okay, so you can use any of that, no problem. This is again a note section. Okay, so now we'll move on. We need to express this in the format, again this using that P and Q and R are integers to be found. Similar concept, right? Now I know capital A is 3, capital B would be 6 by 2, 3, that is going to be 1, and capital C will be minus 9 minus 6 square divided by 4, 3. So minus 9 minus 6 square divided by 4 into 3, that is I think 12, right? Yeah. So the final answer over here is negative 12. Finally, we can write this as 3 x plus 1 whole square minus 12. In that case, P is equals to 3, Q is equals to 1, and R is equals to minus 12. Right? This is how you're going to do completing the square. Lastly, they want you to show your algebraic answers, solve these equation. Okay, for solving this equation, 3 2 minus x whole square minus 75 equals to 0. I will not break down the square over here. I'll just take that 75 and 3 on the other hand side. So now you have 2 minus x whole square. This will be 75 over 3. Now if I take this square to the right hand side, this will be a root. Finally, the value for x will be 2. This is obviously plus minus, right? So over here you're going to get either plus 75 by 3 root or to minus 75 by 3 root. Yeah, this is how the final answer would be then. Nothing else than this should be done on your working. This one is actually 7, and if you do that similar calculation for minus, you're going to get minus 3. Okay, so yeah, this is the final answer for question 9. Later on, again, one last completing the square concept. I think we did this, right? Yeah, this is a repeated question, so we're going to use this or do this again. This is a repeated question. Okay, I'll just write this down over here. Not doing that. Okay, now let's move on to simultaneous equations. For simultaneous equations, again, this is quite easy, but we'll do this for a small practice. So over here, we have two equations. Now we can clearly understand that I can use elimination over here easily because y on the two equations are in different signs, right? So what will I do is that I'll consider this equation as 1 and multiply it with 4, and I'll consider this equation with 2 and multiply with 7. Finally, the two equations will look like 9 into 4 is what? 36x. Yeah, 36x. 4 into 8 is 28y, and then 12, and then again 5 into 7 is 35x minus 28y is equals to, I think this is 6.4, right? So 6.4 multiplied with 7 is actually 44.8. 6.4 multiplied with 7, right? 44.8. So I will just subtract the values now. Oh wait, I do not need to subtract the values anymore because the y over here automatically cancels out, and now you have 36 plus 35, which is 71x, and then that 12 plus 44.8 is 56.8, which is 56.8 over 71 is actually 0.8. So the value for x is 0.8. And after that, using the value for x, I can input this into any of the equation to get the value for y. So I'll input this into the second equation. So I'll just write substitute y is, sorry, this is x. Yeah, x equals to 0.8 into, let's just include this in the first equation. So you had 9x plus 7y equals to 3. I'll just make y the subject of this. That will be 3 minus 9, 0.8. This entire thing is divided by 7. So 3 minus 9, 0.8 divided by 7. So you have negative 0.6 as a value for y. Okay, so this is it for the simultaneous equation, for the first simultaneous equation. Now we'll move on to the next one. Now we can see over here, we could use elimination, but elimination will not be anything favorable over here because both of your equation have same signs for y and same signs for x. So nothing will cancel out automatically. So we can use substitution over here also. Let's just go back. Yeah, for this equation entirely, we have to use substitution. We cannot use elimination because the first equation and the second equation, they have different powers of x. So you cannot use like negative. We cannot use elimination method to cancel out anything over here, right? X square cannot cancel x, or y square cannot cancel y. So in that case, I think we'll use elimination for this also, in order to give you an idea over here how elimination can be done when you have similar signs over here. Similar concept, I'll try to make y the same. So I'll multiply this first equation with 4 and the second equation with 3, which will make this two equations look like as 4 into 5 is 20x, 12y, 21 into 4 is what, 40, 84, right? So 84, and then again 3 is going to be 6x minus 12y, and 22.5 into 3 is 67.5. Now I will have to subtract them, eliminate them. So for this case, what happens over here is that because of this minus, the lower or the bottom numbers actually gets their signs changed. So minus minus, this 12 becomes positive. So minus 12 plus 12 obviously indicates they will cancel each other out. And then again, this was originally plus 6, right? But now with the presence of this negative, this one becomes negative 6. So 20 minus 6 will actually be 14x. And similarly over here again 67 becomes negative, so 84 minus 67.5 will be 16.5. Okay, this will be now 16.5. So in that case x becomes 16.5 divided by 14, which is wait, this is something bigger value, 33 by 28. Let me see if I'm making any mistake. 20, 12, 21 into 4 is 84. Wait, 1 minute, I made a mistake. 3 into 3 is actually 9, not 6. So in that case, if this is 9, this will be 20 minus 9, which is going to be 11x. And 22.5 into 3 should also be 67.5. There is no wrong in that. So minus 67.5. So 84 minus 67.5, that will be 16.5 divided by 11. Yeah, now you're going to get the value for x as 1.5. Okay, using the value for x as 1.5, we can calculate the value for y using the substitution method. Now we can calculate the second value for this using the substitution method. We'll write substitute x equals to 1.5 into equation, any of the equation can be inputted. We'll choose 1. So in that case, you originally had 5x 3y equals to 21. Now you can make y the subject of this equation. So it will be 5x was 1.5 minus 21 divided by 3. So now you have 1.5 minus 21 by 3. This becomes negative 4.5. So y is negative 4.5. That is your final answer. Now we'll do the last simultaneous equation using substitution, because obviously x square and x, y square and y cannot be cancelled together. So we'll move on to your last substitution. Okay, for the substitution process, always remember I'll consider this as equation 1 and I will not consider the top one as sorry, equation 2. What will I do is that I'll write that equation and make any number and like any alphabet the subject of this. So I'll make x the subject. So it will be 25 plus 4y divided by 3. This is your equation 2. Now I'll substitute the value for x or equation 2 into your first equation, which will be like this. Substitute 2 into 1. Now you have x square, y square equals to 26, which means the value for x will be 25 plus 4y divided by 3 whole square plus y square is equals to 26. After this, you can write that 25 plus 4 will actually follow your a plus b whole square format. So 25 square is going to be 625. Then 25 into 4 into 2 is going to be 200y. And then 16y square. This further divided by 9 plus y square is equals to 126. Sorry, just 26, not 126. After that, you can do LCM. So you get 625 plus 200y plus 16y square plus 9y square divided by 9 is equals to 26. If you take that 9 to the right hand side, it gets multiplied with 26. So now you have 9y square. So 9 plus 16 will be 25y square. And then 200y, 625. On the right hand side, you're supposed to have 26 with 9, 234. So if you take that to the right hand side, it will be 234 like this. So 625 minus 234 will actually be 391. Okay, so I'll just write this as 391 at the last stage. And now you have to do middle term from this. So we're going to get 25, 200, 391, which is either 17 by 5 or 23.5. Okay, now from this part you have 23.5 and 17.5, which is either going to be like 5 into 17, 85, or 23 into 5 is 105 plus 85, right? So we're going to break this down as 25y square as 85y and 115y, 391, 0. Now always remember, you have to show the steps of middle term. Okay, some people skip it, but you have to do this. You cannot skip it actually on your exam hall, at least for IGCSEs you cannot. So I'll take 5y common from this. So this will be 5y. 85 over 5 is actually going to be, 85 over 5 is going to be 17. And then again from this part, 115 and 391, I can take 23 common. 391 is actually divisible by 23, and then again 115 is divisible by 23. So if I take 23 common, this will again be 5y plus 17, 0, which is eventually 5y plus 23 and then 5y plus 17, 0. That means now you have two values for y, right? First one is negative 23 by 5 and second one is negative 17 over 5. Using this, you can input this into any of the equations. I will input this into the second equation to calculate the value for x. Which is basically, we'll write substitute y into second equation. That means whenever y is equals to minus 23 by 5, x would be 25 plus 4, then 23 over 5 negative divided by 5, 25 plus 4, negative 23 by 5 divided by, this was 3. 25 plus 4, 23 minus 5 divided by 3. And this gives you 11 by 5. And if I want to input y is equals to minus 17 by 5, the equation would be 25 plus 4 minus 17 by 5 divided by 3, which will be 19 by 5 this time. Right, so the values for x and y are these ones. So this was in substitution method and the previous two were in elimination method. I hope this simultaneous equation was clear for you all. We'll move on to your changing subject. Now these are also from that numbers theorem. Okay, factor remainder theorem, and after that we have thirds root. Okay, and then simplification. Okay, let's start with changing subject. We need to make b the subject of this format. At first, we'll take that root from the right hand side to the left hand side. So it will actually be 3b plus 5 divided by b minus d and equals to a square, right? Because we're taking that root to the left hand side. And again, if we take the denominator to the left hand side, a square will be multiplied with b, and a square multiplied with d is equals to 3b plus 5. We'll take all the b's together. So a square b minus 3b, and then a square d plus 5. Now we can take 1b common, which will be a square minus 3 is equals to a square d plus 5. Finally, if you just take b, which is going to be a square d plus 5 divided by a square minus 3. Right, that is your final answer. We have created b the subject of this equation. I'll write this answer again. Lastly, a square d plus 5 divided by a square minus 3, and that is it. Okay, then again for the next equation, they want to make g the subject of this similar process. We'll take that square to the left hand side first. So it will be t square 2r over g, and then I'll take that g to the left hand side. It will be t squared g is equals to 2r. Lastly, I'll just change the position for your t, which is twice radius over tension square. Right, this is the value for your equation when g is the subject of this equation. Again, make A the subject of this equation. So we have B is equals to AC plus DE. We need to make A the subject of this. We'll just take that, no. We'll first flip the equation first. So you have AC plus DE is equals to capital B. So you take that DE to the right hand side. Always remember, during flipping, the signs does not change, right? During side change, the signs change. So now after this, I'll just make it the subject of this equation and just change the position for C. So on the right hand side, it will be in the division format, right? This is it for the changing subject, right? Quite easy. So we'll move on to the next portions. We'll do factorial and the theorem as a different part. So let's move to square roots. Okay. Now in this part, they want you to, without using calculator over here, by that statement, they indicate that you have to show all the steps of your working, right? We cannot skip anything from here. So in this part, they have shown that this entire expression can be written as a root 5 and root 3. So let's just break down 180 with 5 if we can actually. 180 divided by 5 gives you 36. So we'll write 36 multiplied with 5 instead of 180. Right, and we can clearly understand why we're accepting this, because 36 is actually like root over 36 can be broken down into 6. Right, so this eventually will become 6 root 5, and then again 27 will be broken down as 3, which is 9 into 3, right? 27 by 3 is 9 into 3. So this is 9 into 3, and then again 20 can be broken down with 5 because it becomes 4 into 5. So you have 4 into 5, and then 147 divided by 3 is 49. So plus 49 into 5. After this will become 6 root 5. This becomes 3 root 3. This becomes 2 root 5. And later on, this becomes 7 root 5. Sorry, I made a mistake. This is 3. This is 7 root 3. Okay, now we can understand 6 minus 2. We're obviously going to add or subtract with the same roots number. So 6 minus 2 will be 4 root 5, and then minus 3 plus 4 is going to be plus 4 root 3. At the end, I can take 4 common, so it will be 4 like root 5 and root 3. And this is your final answer, right? So yeah, in that case, the value for A is actually 4 in this case. right? Okay. I hope this was clear. Moving on to the next part. For this one again, we need to write this in terms of power a, where a is an integer something. Now we have 300 and 108, right? So let's just try to break this down. If I break down 300 by 5, it becomes 60. I'll not take 60 because it has to be broken down with any square number. So 300 divided by 2 is 150. No. 300 by 16 is not divisible. 300 by 25. Yeah, we can take wait, 25, right? Yeah, we can take 25, 4 and 6. That is one of the processes, and 108 can also be divisible by 6, right? 6, and that is 2. Wait, 1 minute. I cannot take 6 for this because wait, 108 can be divided by 3, I think, right? And 300 can be divided by 3. That turns out to be 100. Yeah, so we can break this down as 2 100 into 3, and this will be 36 into 3. So now you have, I mean, if you do root 100, that will be 10, right? So now you have 10 into 2 root 3 minus 6 root 3, which is 20 root 3 minus 6 root 3. Now if you subtract them, you're going to get 14 root 3. Problem is your answer was not in the form of root a root b, right? It was just in form of root a. That means you're not going to get anything outside the root. Everything should be inside the root. So you need to get this 14 or take this 14 back inside the root. So that will be 14 square into 3 under a root, which is basically 14 square is 196. 196 into 3 root 196 into 3 is basically 588. Right, this is your final answer for this case. So let's just compare if root 14 root 3 is equivalent to 5 root over 50, 588. 588. Yeah, they're both equivalent, right? So this is how we're going to write our final answer because it was asked in that format. Then again for this question, it says that root 8 can be written in the form of a root b. We can clearly understand this is what? 2 root 2, because root 8 can be broken down in terms of 4 and 2 root. 4 will be outside. If you take 4 outside the root, it will be 2 root 2. So this is 2 root 2. In that case, a is 2, b is 2. Okay, that is the final answer. Okay, now it says that this statement can be like this fraction can be simplified in the terms of p plus root q without using your calculator, and the values for p and q are integers. So over here you have 6 plus 2 root 3 divided by 3 root 2 minus root 8. One thing I can understand over here, root 8 can be broken down in terms of 2 root 2. So first thing I will do is that 6 plus 2 root 3 divided by 3 root 2 minus 2 root 2. So which will be eventually 6 plus 2 root 3 divided by 3 minus 2 is just 1 root 2, right? So it's just going to be root 2. And now I'll just multiply root 2 with the numerator and with the denominator. So if you do this, it will be 6 root 2. And then when you multiply 2 root 3 with 2 root 6, it actually becomes 2 root 6. If I'm not wrong, let me just check. Root 3 with 2 root 2. Now this becomes 2 root 6, so plus 2 root 6. And always remember, when you are multiplying same roots like root 2 into root 2, you're going to end up with just 2. Okay. After this again, you can take yeah, we can take 2 common from this. That means it will be 3 root 2 plus root 6 and divided by 2. This gets cancelled out. Now you have 3 root 2 plus root 6. Later on, you have to take that 3 inside the root because there was nothing in front of root 2 in the format, right, in which you're supposed to keep your answer in. So it will be 9 into 2 root plus root 6, which is going to be 18 root plus root 6. And this is the final format. Answers were supposed to be in root p plus root q. There was nothing in front of p, so that's why we couldn't write 3 root 2. We have to take that 3 inside the root to make it in the format as it was given in the question. So root 18 plus root 6. This is the final format. Okay, so these are simplifications. So for simplification part 1, it says that 7 y to the power of 0, where y is greater than 1. So y is greater than 0. I mean, obviously y to the power of 0 is going to be 1, right? Anything to the power of 0 is always 1. That is again at terms of notes, y to the power of 0 is always 1. Anything to the power of 0 is always 1. So in that case, now you have 7 with 1 and final answer would just be 7. After this, they have said that you have to solve this and write your answer as, so just solve this, not as, this is the equation final. Okay, so we are going to start by taking this 10 to the power of 2x to the other hand side. Yeah, we can do that. We have 2, 4. For example, we'll try to make this 2 and 4 with the same base. I mean, 2 is already in the same base, so it's going to be 1 minute. Is just going to be 2 square multiplied with 4 x minus 1, and then we're going to take that 3 together. So you have 3 5x square minus 5x into 3 is going to be 15x, and then again this will be multiplied with 3 to the power of x plus 3. Later on, you have this 15, right? 15 can actually be broken down in terms of 3 and 2. So we can break down 15 as it was 15 to the power of 2x. I can break this down as 3 into 5 to the power of 2x, which will be eventually 3 to the power of 2x and 5 to the power of 2x, right? So I'll just break it like this, that 3 to the power of 2x and 5 to the power of 2x. And then similarly, that 10 2x can also be broken down in the same format. 10 2x was 10 to the power of 2x, right? Which means 10 can be 2 into 5 whole power 2f, which means 2 to the power of 2x and 5 to the power of 2x. So on the denominator now we can write 2 to the power of 2x into 5 to the power of 2x. This is equivalent to 81 to the power of 3. As everything in the numerator was in multiplied format, we can cancel out that 5 to the power x, 5 power 2x. And in the next line it will be, for example, this 4x minus 1 can be written as 2x minus 2. Why is that? Because 4 can be written as 2 square, and on top of that you had this x minus 1, which will eventually be 2x minus 2, right? Now similarly, if the numbers are getting multiplied together, their powers will be added together. So for example, if you take 2 from this base common, now you have 2x minus 2 plus 2, and then again multiplied with 3, it will be 5x square minus 15x plus x plus 3 plus 2x, right? And this entire thing gets divided by 2 to the power of x, and this is equivalent to 81 power 3. Finally, now again you have 2 to the power of 2x. This will get cancelled out. Plus minus 2 will be eventually balanced out. And you have 3 to the power of 5x square minus 15 plus 3. Say plus x and plus 2. Okay, now you have minus 15 plus 1 plus 2 will, sorry, plus 1 plus 2. This is actually minus 12x plus 3, and divided by 2 to the power of 2x equals to 81 power 3. I'll obviously cancel this together, and lastly you can break down that 81 also as a power of 3, right? 3 power of 4 gives you 81, so you can write this 5x square minus 12x plus 3 is equals to 3 power 4 with the power of 3. That means now we can write this as a power of 12. As both the bases are same, bases will be cancelled out and you are left out with 5x squared minus 12x plus 3 is equals to 12, which is 3 minus 12, that is minus 9. So you're getting 5x squared minus 12x minus 9 equals to 0. So now if you do the middle term now, so this is 5 minus 12 minus 9, that is 3 and 3 by 5, negative 3 by 5, which is 15 minus 3, right? So 5x squared, 15x, 3x 9, 0. This will be positive. Now I can take 5x common, which will be x minus 3, and then 3 common, which will eventually be same x minus 3. So you have 5x plus 3 and x minus 3 equals to 0, which is just x equals to minus 3 over 5 and then x equals to 3, right? These are the values for x. Okay. Now that is it for the simplification question 1. I hope it was clear for all of you. We'll move on to the next question. For this part, simplify, this is in divided format, right? Always remember, if there's a fraction in divided format, it will be inverted and then again multiplied with the same case. So we'll start with that case. X minus 3 whole square will actually now be multiplied with 2 x square minus 5x plus 6. We can middle term that, we can factorize that. So we'll start with the factorization. 2x, 3x plus 6, and then this will be subtracted with x plus 2 and x square minus 2 square, right? I can consider that as 2 square because we can use a square minus b square format for that denominator. And then again for the next line, it will be x minus 3 whole square, 2. Now I can take x common, x minus 2, and then minus 3 common, x minus 2. Then again you have x plus 1. And lastly, you can have x minus 2 and x plus 2 in this part. Sorry, I had x plus 2 over here, which means that this x plus 2 and this x plus 2 gets cancelled out. And at the end, you have x minus 3 whole square multiplied with 2 divided by x minus 3, x minus 2 minus 1 over x minus 3. So x minus 2. Now similarly again, you have this and this cancelled out, and at the end you have x minus 3 with 2 divided by x minus 2 and then 1 divided by x minus 2. Lastly, we can take that multiplication together, 2x minus 3 divided by x minus 2 minus 1 divided by x minus 2. Whenever you have two fractions with the same denominator, you can just take the denominator common, and that will be x minus 2. You have 2x minus 6 minus 1, which will be 2x minus 7 divided by x minus 2. 6 minus 7, yeah, that is it, the final answer over here. I think in this question we need to simplify this, right? Yeah, this is the final simplification form. We cannot simplify it any further. X plus 2 gets cancelled out. We have x minus 2. This x minus 3 gets cancelled out. Then x minus 3, 1 to 2x minus 3, 2x minus 6, and then minus 1, right? So 7, right? So this is the simplification. After that, we'll move on to your next question, last question of simplification. Now, we have to write this as a single fraction. Similar concept, we can write this, like we can invert this and then multiply it with the first term. For the first term, you have, we can do the LCM for this section, right? We can do LCM for that section. So it will be LCM of y minus 3, 3y plus 4 is just going to be the product of them. So y minus 3 and then 3y plus 4 is going to be 2, 3y plus 4 and 3y minus 3. This will be multiplied with that 6y square minus 7y minus 20 divided by 6y plus 34. Okay, Now after this, what happens is 2 into 3 is 6y plus 8, 3y plus 9 plus 4. You can do the middle term for that numerator of the second fraction. It will be 6, 7 and 20, right? So 6 minus 7 minus 20, that will be 5 by 2 and 4 by 3. So 1 minute, 6 into 5 by 2. This is 15 and 5. Wait, 15 minus 5. Wait, 15 minus 8. 15 minus 8 is 7, right? So we'll break this down as 6y square, 15y, 8y minus 20 divided by, this should be positive, and then again we can take what? It was 6y plus 34, right? So I can take 2 common, 34 by 2 will be 17. So in that case you have 3y plus 17, and then again after that you can take 3y minus 6y is actually 3y plus 17 divided by y minus 3, 3y plus 4, and multiplied with, if you take 3y common, you're going to have 2y minus 5 plus 4, you're going to have 2y minus 5 divided by 2, 3y plus 17. As all of these things are multiplied together, I can cancel these two and move on to the next term. Now you have 1 divided by 1 minus y minus 3, 3y plus 4, and multiplied with 3y plus 4, 2y minus 5. This will be divided by 2. Finally, this 3y plus 4, 3y plus 4 will be cancelled out, and later we can write this 2y minus 5 divided by 2y minus 3. Right? This is the final answer where you can write this as a single fraction. 2y minus 5 by 2 and y minus 3. Right? This is the final fraction. And with this, our simplification on numbers comes to an end. Factor remainder theorem. Now in factor remainder theorem, it's not that much extremely difficult over here. They mainly have long divisions involved in this. Now it says that they use the factor theorem to show that this is a factor for this expression. Always remember, if one part is a factor for an expression, then the remainder for that situation should be 0. For example, if I'm going to take, I can actually calculate the value from this root, okay, which is for part A calculation, I can take x minus 5 equals to 0, and the value of x in that case will be equals to 5. Using this value of x, if I input this value for x into this expression, the final remainder, if the final remainder turns out to be 0, then this proves that x minus 5 was indeed the value of or the root or factor of this expression. So in that case, I will write like this, fx, I will write directly f5, and this should be equals to 5 to the power of 3 minus 6, 5 power square, 7, 5 plus 60, and then you have 5 power 3 minus 6, 5 square minus 7, 5 plus 60. So you get eventually 0, right? And having this 0 indicates that yes, this indeed indicates that your x minus 5 was actually a factor for this expression, as the remainder you got was 0, right? This entire explains everything. No need to write anything else other than that. So this was your working for part A. Now I want to squeeze this as in a much smaller space as I can, because I need to have more space for part B, as I didn't put any much space for part B actually. It was my mistake. So for part B, let's start from this expression. Now they want to find out, like fully factorize this. Now I already understand for this expression, x minus 5 is already a factor. As this is a cubic expression, cubic equation, it will have 3 factors. Out of that 3 factor, I already have 1 factor present. So I can find out the other 2 factors if I can divide this cubic expression with the first factor that is known to me now. So in that case, this is how the entire working would be: x cube minus 6x square minus 7x plus 60, and this entire thing will be divided by x minus 5. Right, so for that long division process, there are rough works. That means every time the first expression will be divided by this first expression, or first term should be divided by first term. So you're going to divide x cube over x, which is going to be x square, which is x square. We can write that in the quotient space, and x square will be then multiplied with x minus 5, which is going to be x power 3 minus 5x square. Now we'll write this in the space: x power 3 minus 5x square. After this, then we have to divide. In long division, obviously we have to divide each term, which means that now this x cube will be cancelled out, and this minus minus, this 5 becomes positive. Minus 6 plus 5 gives you minus 1. So you have minus x square minus 7x. And then again, the first term over here is now minus x square, so that will be divided by x. So which becomes minus x square divided by x is minus x, so that will be in your quotient, minus x, and then again this will be multiplied with x minus 5, so you have minus x square plus 5x. So I will write this minus x square plus 5x, and then according to our basics of long division, I will have to write minus over here, which means that this minus and minus, we're going to have plus x square, and at the end this 2 cancels out, and now again plus and minus, this becomes negative. Minus 7 minus 5 is, I think, minus 12. Yes, minus 12. So you get minus 12x, and you take that to the 60th again. Similarly, again, lastly, now the first term is minus 12x divided by x is minus 12. So you have minus 12 over here, and then x minus 2, which is minus 12x plus, sorry, I think it was 5. I made a mistake. 5, and this is going to be plus 60. And this is exactly to the expression over here, which clearly indicates that now everything is cancelled out and we're going to get the remainder 0, which again proves that indeed x minus 5 was a factor for this expression. That's why the remainder came out to be 0. Now after this, again we have to middle term that x square minus x minus 12. So for that basis, I will actually have to squeeze out this rough part in this section, as it was my mistake. I didn't actually put much space for this part. Okay, so I will write this rough. Again, this is not a part of your maths. You do not need to do this. I'm just writing this over here for your understanding. Okay, this is the rough working we did for the long division. Okay, now after this, again I will move on. Now I can write that the original expression was x power 3 minus 6x square minus 7x plus 60, right? That can be broken down as whatever the divisor was, x minus 5 multiplied with x square minus x minus 12. Okay, always remember the divisor and the quotient. If you multiply them together, you will get back the original equation. So that's why we can break down the original equation like this: divisor with multiplied with the quotient, and then you need to further factorize the quotient, which will give you the other factors of this equation, which is x square 4x 3x plus 12, sorry, minus 12 over here it was. Yeah, minus 12, right? So you have plus again, and then x minus 5, and x minus 4 plus 3 x minus 4, and you have x minus 5, x plus 3, and then again x minus 4. Right, lastly, these are your final 3 roots for this cubic equation. Okay, this was the final solution. Again, all the factor remainder theorem are quite similar, other than the Jan 2021. If you guys want to watch the Jan 2021, I think the question was question 16 or question 21 something. Sorry, question 19, I remember. Jan 21, question 19 about factor remainder theorem was quite different. So if you guys want to go there, I would suggest go back to my channel and then again search for Jan 2021 Maths B. You will see that solution also available in my Maths B classes. Okay, now let's move on to your next question. Again, it says that x minus 2, now they are clearly saying that x minus 2 is indeed a factor for this expression where you have k in this part, and we need to use that to find out the value for k is equals to 53. Okay, now I already know the remainder is what? 0. Now in using that, x plus 2 is equals to 0. In that case, the value for x is minus 2. So I'll input f minus 2 into the equation 6 minus 2 to the power of 3 plus 31 minus 2 square plus k minus 2 and then plus 30 is equals to 0. The remainder is entirely 0. Now you have 6 minus 2 to the power of 3, which is minus 48, and then again 31 minus 2 to the power of 2, which is 124, and then this is going to be minus 2k plus 30 equals to 0. If you take all the numbers to the other right hand side, you're going to get minus 48 plus 124 plus 30. You're actually getting 106. So on the other hand side, we're going to get minus 106, and at the end 106 divided by 2 indeed gives you 53, right? So this is the value for k that you had to show, and we have completely shown that. After that, we need to fully factorize it, and again using the same method, I already know x plus 3 is a factor for this polynomial, right? So for that case, we'll first write down the polynomial in a proper format without in terms of k. So now the polynomial would be 6x cubed plus 31x squared plus kx. Instead of writing k, we'll now write 53x plus 60. This entire thing should be divided by your x plus 2 in order to find out the other three factors, right? Other two factors, as this was a cubic equation. So we will start 6x cubed 31x squared plus 53x plus 6, and this entire thing will be divided by x plus 2. Similarly, now we're going to do the same working, that over here this first term should be divided by x. It will be x cubed divided by x, so you have 6x squared. So this is 6x squared, and then again we're going to multiply that 6x squared with x plus 2, which is 6x cubed plus 12x squared. So over here we're going to write 6x cubed 12x squared, and then I will subtract it. Clearly understand that this gets cancelled out. Minus plus, this 12 becomes negative. So 31 minus 12 actually gives you 19x squared. So you have 19x squared plus 53x. After that, similar method, the first term should be divided by x. So now you have 19x squared divided by x, so 19x. We're going to write that at the quotient space. 19x should be multiplied with x plus 2. So again you have 19x squared plus 19 into 2 is actually 38. So this is 38x. So we're going to write 19x squared plus 38x, and then again this should be in a subtracted format, which clearly understand 19x squared is subtracted. This 38 becomes negative, and now you have 53 minus 38, which is 15. So now you have again 15x and 60. Similarly, the first term over here is 15x over x. So you have 15. We'll write that in the quotient, 15. And 15x plus 2 is actually 15x plus, I think that turns out to be 30, right? Wait 1 minute. Sorry, I made a mistake. This was actually 30. It doesn't actually bother your question, to be honest, because it was not used for this long division part till now. Right now, this entirely matches. So now it will be 15x plus 30. Now if I subtract it, obviously everything will be cancelled out, and we're going to get 0. Now after this, again the same procedure, I will break down the actual cubic equation by multiplying the divisor and the quotient. So we're going to get, it was 6x cubed 31x squared 53x plus 30. I think this was positive, right? And I'll now write this as x plus 2, and on the quotient you had 6x squared, 19x, 15. So 6x squared, 19x plus 15. Now we'll have to break this down. For example, I can break this down in terms of, we have 15 and 19, right? If I take 9 and 10, yeah, 9 and 10 can be taken over here. So x plus 2, 6x squared, 10x, 9x plus 15, and this will be positive. Finally, x plus 2. We can take from 6 and 10, now we can take 3 common. Sorry, I made a mistake. 9 should be over here, right? And it's just easier for me to take common. I can take 3x common, so now you have 2x plus 3. And now I can take 5 common, then again we have 2x plus 3. Finally, we have x plus 2 and 3x plus 5 and then 2x plus 3. This is your final fully factorization of that cubic equation, and then again this was your entire rough working, not a part of your maths. Okay, after this we'll move on to your last factoring into theorem question of this worksheet. They have provided that this x plus k is a factor for the expression where they also have a k, and where k is a non-zero constant, find the possible values of k. Okay, by factor means I obviously know that this remainder over here is going to be 0. So I will start with, if x plus k is equals to 0, in that case the value for x is minus k. So you get minus k. This is x cube, right? Okay, so you're going to get minus k cube plus 4 minus k square minus 20 minus k plus k equals to 0. Sorry, yeah, 0. And now I can write minus k to the power of 3. This should be minus 4, not minus, this should be plus 4k square. And then again this should be plus 20k plus k is equals to 0, and then again minus k cube plus 4k square. This over here can be considered as 21k equals to 0. I can take 1k common or minus k common. That will be k square minus 4k minus 21, 0. Now then I can have minus k. Inside that brackets I have a quadratic equation now that I can easily factorize. Now we have 1 minus 4 minus 21. This is either 7 or 3. So it's going to be k square 7k 4k, sorry, 3k minus 21, 0. This will have a positive value. So minus k, if you're going to take k common, k plus, so it's going to be k minus 7 and then plus 3, k minus 7 equals to 0. So we have minus k plus 3 and then again k minus 7 equals to 0. Finally, minus k is equivalent to 0, k plus 3 is 0 and k minus 7 0. So you have k is equals to 0 once, k is equals to minus 3 once, and k is equals to 7. Okay, now if I go back to your question, it was very clearly stated that where k is a non-zero constant, right? And you need to find the possible values of k. That means there will be multiple values for k. So we're not going to take that because it was already stated. K is a non-zero constant, right? So we're not taking 0 as a possible value for k. Other than that, we are accepting minus 3 and 7. That will be accepted as your values for k. So this was it for your factor remainder theorem.